Hello, chat. My alarm didn't go off, and I stayed up quite late working on stuff. But we are here, as you can see, with 1.2. It says in the top right corner, it couldn't possibly be lying. And so, we need to decide who to play. We have a Biz video coming out. We could just... Oh no, not the echo. But we are here. We could play Biz, or we could poke around and try to find a country other than Biz to play, or we could play the Ottomans and kill Biz while everyone else is playing Biz. No water jug today because the late start. Oh, damn it. Alright. Apologies, everyone. I guess this is what we're doing today. Let's do a poll. Let's do some democracy. But Biz is incredibly strong. Biz is like, holy shit. Holy shit. I think the AI won't understand how to play Biz, but... which is probably by design. Something like that. Poll, they say. Alright, let's kind of poke around a little bit. There will be some more new content for other countries in the area. I don't know how much. I think the Ottomans got one more advance. Oh guys, check this out. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Okay, we're not playing Biz, we're just showing stuff off. Hey, oh. We get events and there's conditions that we need to pop them all over the place. Sounds like Trebizond. You got it early? Oh my god. Let's double check that I'm not breaking NDA. Holy shit. I'm like 90% sure, but this is the type of thing I would double check before I go live. Okay. I didn't violate my NDA. Cool. How much can you show? I could just play. I could do everything. I could talk about anything. I haven't been able to talk about, like... it's weird doing news videos for the thing when they're talking about, oh, they're gonna do this, and I've already played with the mechanic, and I'm like, wow, that sounds interesting. That sounds interesting. You're not everyone else is streaming? Okay. I mean, we could... I will play the Biz start better than I did in my video. Probably. God, so many cabinet actions. So suave, so handsome. Byzantine Empire. Okay. Let's do rapid fire some polls. Where play? We're gonna be yelling all morning. Much appreciated for the loud cars. Let's see. Oh my god. Thank you for the subscription, Griswell. Much appreciated. The other coffee, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated. Thank you so very much, you guys. Nathan, thank you for the Prime sub. We have a hype train. A hype train? We have mixed feelings about the hype train, and we have a diatribe every time, but we're going to skip the diatribe. Does Twitch also get a poll? It wouldn't be a general stream without Twitch not getting democracy, would it? Let's give them. Happy Shaft, thank you for the reset. Let's give Twitch a poll, or the semblance of a poll. there's like, the thing is, there's a very large disparity right now in terms of where people are. Twitch, it usually takes a while to get running. Great sub noise, thank you. Much appreciated. I think it's the resub noise is the loud one. Much appreciated, Field Medic. Welcome, welcome. Twitch chat is crying, it's the normal. Someone told me I'm not streaming in chat, and I got very, very confused. Hey, Sanderhan, thank you for the, what are they called? The membership. I couldn't remember what they were called on YouTube. Much appreciated, my guy. Oh no, am I missing stuff on YouTube? Alright, I think I'm good. The name's Jones, thank you for the resub. Much appreciated, my guy. Whatever you do, destroy biz. Subs for democracy. Democracy. The Republic. Well, we could play biz and destroy biz. Now you're thinking. But if we want to play near biz and destroy biz and do this type of thing, then we could do that. Alright, so we have overwhelming vote for Balkans and the Med. So we're going to do that. Let's do a little bit of a poll. A follow-up. Let's double check. Well, actually, it doesn't matter how many Twitch viewers voted. The other one's won by a large enough margin. To the Latin route? We could do the Latin route. We haven't played the other out long enough, but Hellenism is insane, or it was. It was also nerfed. Alright, so where play? North of Biz. Biz. South of Biz. Yeah, this is how we'll do that. If the capital is north of Byzantium or south of Byzantium. Alright, let's try and give... Let's see how the Twitch viewers voted. They voted overwhelmingly for the Balkans too. Alright, cool. Cool. We were definitely going to give them representation. Forda, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. I'm very curious about urban rights. You know what we could do is we could play some country and swap Hellenism via game rule, like, immediately. New poll. Where? North. We will get truncated voting for Twitch right now. Twitch actually gets up there, but the thing is like, how should I say? It takes a while. It's ramping. Did not have enough time for water jug today. Armenia's to the right of Biz. Is it north or south, though? He's splitting the anti-Biz vote. I mean, if sure as sin, we will destroy Biz if we play the Ottomans, I think. I haven't played the Ottomans in forever. I haven't done a practice run or anything. Overwhelmingly, we're getting Biz. Okay, we're gonna double down. We're gonna do double Biz. Double rainbow. All across the sky. You guys are gonna see me do an opener that... Something I do at... Oh, I never do this in open, and I think it's correct with Biz, so we did it in our Biz video. Oh, you're right, I am splitting the anti-Biz vote to north of Biz and south of Biz. Oh no. I am Armenian. We could change the game rules so we could swap Hellenism really quick, though. Do we want to do that? Alright. Apologies, I want to get the run off the run quickly. We're not going to get Twitch representation on this vote. I haven't played with Hellenism yet, because I haven't swapped it yet in my Biz campaign, so, I have seen screenshots. It is insane. Did Trebizond get content? Yeah, but like but when I was poking around, it seems that like overwhelmingly it's like Biz got content. So if you guys want to see like a bunch of new stuff, it's like, look, 60 country bonuses. You know who's the next biggest? Ottomans. You know who's the biggest after Ottomans? I believe it's England. And then, you know, and etc. But it looks like you guys want to get into it right away. Cringe? Me too. Yeah. Split it further. I'm not really super interested in Biz. Womp womp. I think that, I mean, we could run another poll, but I think people want to actually see Biz. Alright. 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 It's just there's so many countries that are not Biz that, like, this isn't exactly a fair poll either, but this is, I think whatever we do, we're swapping Hellenism via game rule, though. Hype chest, open to see your reward. Alright. That is a server emote? Oh, that's a cute emote. Choo choo. Big true. Hey, Roofsia. Much appreciated. there's like 15 people on Twitch and they made a hype trade. Or there's 30 now. Can you show the list of city rights? Let's take a look at city rights while we're doing a poll. Byzantium has access to some additional ones. Unfortunately, we can't use the auto-expand mod specifically because of city rights. The urban rights are bricked if I turn that mod on, because it affects the UI. And so, here is some of the city rights here. What's the requirements for this one? I know I can't put this in. Oh, we have to go Latinitas for the 10% production efficiency. You know what's crazy though? Imperial breadbasket. We haven't gotten the requirements met for this one yet either. In our campaign. Needs to be a city. Womp womp. Never. City granary max level. That's like not that significant. God, that's so OP. We could play in India. And run the number up. There's exploits to run it up more, but... Alright, Biz is winning. Biz is winning by a big margin. By a big margin, I mean like 4%, but... Twitch viewers voted for Biz, half of them. Regardless of the split. So, we're gonna be playing Biz. And we're gonna be... We have a video coming out showing how to open as Biz. We're maybe cannibalizing it by playing as Biz, but we're gonna change the game rules. We're gonna change the game rules here. To allow us to swap religion faster. Yep. Disabling Iron Man. Womp womp. Biz has a rough start. A rough start. Biz does not have that rough start. You just have to delete everything. So yeah, the elephant in the room is, oh no, we start out with a negative balance of 40. Whatever will we do? Oh no, we start out with inflation. Ah! Let's start with deleting forts. As all runs should start. By deleting most of the forts. We'll get back to that. Not all the forts. And then this one is contingent upon something we'll find out very, very quickly. We probably will delete that. And then we have other buildings. We have buildings we don't want to pay for right now, like the granaries, or the university that we have, or the sergeantry, or basically anything. I do think those are the kind of big ones that we have in terms of the maintenance. Yes. The marketplaces are like paying for themselves. We're not gonna get rid of that. And then we have this. We could mothball it, or we could delete it. And then, let's see, we're not going to pay cost of court. Army maintenance we're going to keep high. We're going to try and avoid extra inflation, but we might go after it. The key thing here is that we want to pay off the debt that we have at the very start. Interesting, there's apparently a small overlap of journalists and Badger stream viewers. Does Athens start with a market now? No, it does not. That would be kind of rough if it did. Rigged voting, they say. We do have to spend down this. We have 10 legitimacy to spend. We could give out one of these. To be fair, this is quite strong. Didn't do this in the practice run and the video run. We do want to give out privileges. One of the key things here is we have to get rid of these. These are nasty. These require quite a bit of legitimacy to get through. Another key thing is that we are going to spike a disaster 100% of the time with our succession crisis. Which means, look, the reason you want your legitimacy is so you can't get a succession crisis. If you chat cringe as fuck, says one chatter, the self-fire, bang bang. Could have saved Biz if he had control of the economy back then. That's always like, isn't that the, like, I feel like a lot of people have run the scenario, if I was back then with my knowledge there now, I could have ruled the world type thing. Ah, no. We're gonna do this. Still thinking of how we want to spend this 10 legitimacy. Exactly. We have treasury rights and urban development grants. The trade capacity might actually be more valuable. Just at the outset here. Oh, I think we're going common militias, actually. Yeah, let's go common militias. Let's go common militias plus this. And now it's time to do stuff. And we are going to get stability. Do we have the new cabinet action for our thing first? We've done support patriarchate before. I suppose we want to kind of get on that bandwagon relatively quickly. We're going to have our best man change societal values towards communalism, which we need to revoke stuff. Well, let's take a look at Latinitas. So this is actually going to make it so we probably pay for stab. Why not export ban? I have to test it because they supposedly like fixed the thing where you couldn't trade between your markets, but normally you don't do export ban ever because it eventually just bricks you in like a bad way, not like bricks you up. The fact that if you if you start with traditionalism, like this is a discount modifier that almost never comes into play here, but if you start with traditionalism, it makes the investment, yeah, we have minus 50% discount. And that's with the inflation malice. And one of the reasons you don't want to pay for sliders is because of inflation. The other is just because you don't want to pay for sliders anyways. So, fix some of this. Another thing is this is fake. This is not actual deficit. It'll fix itself. Ottomans must burn. Hungary... Gonna wait on the other rivalries to see who Hungary decks on. Okay. And then, don't need diplomatic endeavors. Could appease a state. I think we're just gonna integrate province. So the subject metagame has changed. Having a bunch of tiny little subjects is no longer good anymore. You kind of want medium-sized subjects probably to do some integration yourself. Because we have 2 cabinet actions, more than the average country, we also like want integration a little bit more. And we have also content that is tied to this. And these guys are Greek already. Not like uber Greek, but they're Greek enough. So we're going to go for that. Let's integrate province, which we didn't do in our video run. I think we start by integrating smallest stuff first. We're going to get a new cabinet action, so we're probably going to swap off at least one of those guys. Is there anything too crazy we need to do before we start? Because we're not going to spend anything. Let's manually cancel some of these trades here, actually. Yeah, so these are all positive, it's just like the thing is lying about it. I actually have not interacted with the... Basically, like, only done the biz video, because I was just coming off of a bunch of Victoria 3 stuff. I know that we can set up the new trades. I guess we'll experiment with that today. You could set up trades by good. But we don't want to do that. We just want the most profitable trades to go through right now. Because right now, there's only one thing we care about. Like, so chat, we have to ask ourselves a fundamental question here. If we could go back in time and kill baby Hitler, would we do it? This is the only question we really need to ask ourselves. Ottomans will become a problem if we let them. But what if we never let them become a problem? What if we just no CB them? What if we think with 100% of our brain instead of 10% of our brain and realize that that entire statistic originated with the notion that people only use 10% of their brain for conscious activity and the other 90% is actually also used but it's for unconscious activity, and so referencing it is silly. No, I think this is how you open. Yep, you just, they can't possibly beat you. YOLO. And so this is why we didn't delete the one unit that we have. We're going to eventually run out of manpower for it, but that doesn't really matter. And we're going to lose legitimacy, but that also doesn't really matter. So let's go here, YOLO Bolo, and raise some levies and have a little bit of a go. Not all the levies. And since he didn't ally anyone, don't need the fort. And we just need to maintain a positive base, whatever, but here's the thing. We are going to do everything with the money that we get from the Ottomans. So the economic situation that we start with will be largely solved by the fact that we have the Ottomans. We also have this like game rule that just Uberizes whichever guy we use for general. We don't want to do that with this guy. This guy's going to become the pretender because he's a dick. But we can do that with someone else. And so the most important thing for us to have is a really good Diplo guy. So we're going to do that with Alexois here. He's going to become Uber Chad Lord himself. And let's just park it here. Park it like it's hot. And ask this guy what's up. Also, look at this. Basically infinite war score from winning battles. Winning battles is incredibly strong, especially if there's only one. We're gonna ignore this. This is the Serbian guy. The Serbian guy is like, hey, if you use a lot of your extra resources and stuff, we can figure something out. And we're gonna say no. Let's see. Co-magnate ownership. That's right. We kind of want aristocracy anyways. I think I managed to brick this. Estate power from cabinet position. That's fine. Oh, let's actually adjust some things here. Minting we want up. And we're going to actually pay for a couple of our bureaucracies. Not used to checking the bureaucracies at the start here, but we are going to pay for this one, which gives minus estate power and tax efficiency. These things are incredibly strong. And we are going to pay for, not the Imperial Senate, not right now. Yeah, so we're just going to pay for this one. So that will end up kind of leaving us break even. Let's see Paul Allen's rivals. I don't want to rival them because they're going to have a personal union happen. I think that rivalry is a lie. Let's call Trebizond in. And what peace deal do we want? I think we want to return all of our territory except for one little blip. I think we'll leave this. Maybe just tell him he's a good painter? Big true. We should have just told the Ottomans they're a good painter. That's a big mug. It's a normal cup. You take that back. Uber chat again? Yeah, I apologize. I cannot read every message like I normally do. There's too many of you guys. And also, I think that at a certain point, you guys would rather be focused on playing. We would rather take interest than additional loans. That's why we're doing this. Like, fundamentally, this is, we don't want to accumulate a bunch of interest, but, we also want to reform this when we get the event. Here's the thing. Last time I've clicked on the current system is fine, and this was before 1.1 even. Last time I clicked on this where it says we can do this later. That was a lie and we couldn't do it later. So we're gonna click this and take a loan. I don't think we can mint our way out of that. Yeah, we can't. Tarnarvo market. That's a solid one. Alright, I think it's just going to be waiting for the siege to hit. Does aristocracy give an insane cost of court now? The cost of court change, like, didn't go through, like, or a cost of court is really expensive. Because now inflation applies to sliders. And it does give a really big increase, but it's still like this flat modifier. I thought I remembered reading that they were going to change this. I don't remember if that was for next patch. But we're going to get so many flat legitimacy modifiers that we're just never going to have to worry about it ever. We get a decent ROI on our stab investment. We're still not going to pay for a stab slider, but it's not that expensive for stab. So we are going to pay for it later after this Ottoman War. We will unlock administration of Basilius. We will unlock spread Philhellenism, which is pretty good, and encourage late militarism, Latin militarism. I think we need to be Latin for this one. But okay. we are going to take this guy and have him do this instead. Actually, we are going to lose research. The 10% research is kind of what we care about here. We're actually going to lose research because it's kind of a play pattern. You always lose research, effectively. Right? When, notably, we didn't release subjects at the start of this. We actually might release Thessaly, though, as a subject. The reason being is they have claims. But even then, I think that if something's Greek, we just want to control it ourselves, I think. Maybe that's not the case, because stuff scales with our economic base. How much wealth is there? Not a lot. Yeah, that's probably fine. What we had done in... We had just increased province control here in our practice run. That's probably still okay, where we didn't have the option to integrate. We maybe do that when some of the integrations finish. Also, running out of food is like a major thing now that you have to keep an eye on. No, not the decline of the Renaissance. I wish we did not roll these events until after. I think we'll let them foot the bill. And not mint so much here. Hopefully we roll a good parliament for getting rid of that. Alright, there we go. We didn't even see that battle. But these are the events that you roll with Biz that make these guys just uber insane. Subject count break in one patch, not worth having more than one time, honestly. More than one at a time. What? I disagree with that. We're not gonna I think there really is nothing we can do about this. But here is the like crown of our strategy. If you don't have the legitimacy, you can't lose this legitimacy. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Also, stab is nice because you can tax people more. We can't tax people anything because we have so many malices for this type of stuff. We have the Prenoia system, we have consolidated corruption, we have two consolidated corruption modifiers, womp womp. So what's the point here? You can't tax these guys more. Doesn't really yield much. And so what we would gain is just not worth. Or like, we're getting this huge negative estate satisfaction equilibrium, but normally you need this to tax the boys. We can't tax the boys anyways, so it's kind of a wash. And normally you want the legitimacy to avoid a disaster. We're getting the disaster no matter what. So you just shrug our shoulders. Alright, let's split these guys and walk some of them back. For food reasons. And begin the dance. Because someone is standing where they shouldn't. Can we walk this way? No, we can't. And we will just lose to their fleet if we try and do anything other than... Okay. Oh my god, did I punt? I punted! No! Sorry, chat, we're gonna reload. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. I punted the stack by trying to play too fast. Yeah, so you will win the battle versus Ottomans, but not if you split your stacks. 0 max tax is wild. Everyone laugh in chat. Have a good laugh at Generalists. No. I'm just trying to get through this war. After that we're set. Okay. The thing is the food. The food is less of an issue if this guy... Maybe we just shouldn't invite Trebizond. Maybe that's the issue. We just have to keep an eye on the food. I think in theory you want to get over 90 Remanoi. You don't really mind Traditionalist early. Orthodox sign-out cost is kind of annoying though. Let's go for that. Okay. Saves coming Generalist, saves comes his siege tick so that he gets it anyway. God damn it. That's not what we wanted. That's not what anyone wanted. Saves coming Generalist, though, immediately gets punished by getting a really shit... really shit ruler trade. Fair. That sounds like justice to me. That's what you get. You get what you fucking deserve. I didn't see anything, says chat. That's right. That's right, that's right. Birding, I mean, I play fastest and loose, like, at the start of the game, because, like, honestly, like, in the old school times, we would just, restart the run here. When, the old school times back when I played Iron Man. That would be the approach. Alright. They've unconditionally surrendered. We will come here. Oh, look at our gumdrop buttons! It costs no antagonism. Except for this one. We want to leave you with that one. And then, which of this is Greek? Most of it. We could full annex. I'm not sure if that's correct. It generates a big chunk of antagonism, but that's not why I'm not sure, because I think you could deal with these. Oh, we forgot to use our diplomats. No, we've been wasting diplomats. Not like this. That's my bad. That's my bad. That one's on me, chat. But we don't want to take everything. What we want is give him his money. Pay him his money. Doesn't really matter about releasing the slaves, because we're just gonna get the slaves. Anyway. We might have to wait. We don't want the Karamanids in a coalition. So we actually have to wait a couple ticks. Doesn't matter, we kind of probably would rather, like, see if we could roll another battle. Alright. Pay the man his money. It's return cores. It is return cores. So it takes, like, virtually no antagonism. Oh no, the Genoese have taken the stuff. I click offer unconditional surrender, or I almost click it, I feel like, all the time, though. Can we take these 4? Maybe, but we don't want to just get decked by a massive coalition that's annoying to fight. So... we just, like, yeah. Okay, let's just do this. We should have opened with improving relations with the Caramanids. The tide is turning. This increases our assimilation and integration of locations if we maintain legitimacy, which we're not going to do quite yet. So, we get our cores back, which is nice, and some stuff that's not core territory. But more importantly, we get a big gob of cash, so we're going to repay some of these. And now minting is effectively more valuable. So we will mint our way into not running a massive deficit. And keep that remaining bank. And let's come here and disband. Disband. Let's chastise ourselves for not putting this guy in charge of the Navy earlier. It's very annoying that we rolled the really bad ruler trait. That's punishment for our sins, to be honest. Let's get rid of those as well. Do we have any expensive buildings in here? Libraries, kind of. We should get some events. Let's decrease the minting, because we don't need it anymore. And that should be good. And then we are going to make subjects. Now, the place that you click... Do we have any historic subjects? So we can create a subject in them, and they will be able to make claims. And there's some value to making a subject that's going to be Greek and on the border. The value of the Greek on the border subject is that they could culture convert other stuff to Greek, but these guys will be Bulgarian. This guy will be Greek. And we can feed him Greek land. So I think we want this as a subject. And we want the pronoia. Which will give us legitimacy. It will be slower to integrate. But if the ruler dies... Where is this? If the ruler dies with no heir, we'll just inherit it. So... we will do that. And we'll put a woman in charge. And that is, the idea is we are seeding someone on the border who's going to be Greek and remain Greek. They're really bad at culture converting, though. Neopatria. I'm thinking whether or not we want to integrate this ourselves. I think we'll integrate it ourselves. Times are changing. But this, we will make a Greek subject. We will make them a pronoia. And they will culture convert some stuff. Hopefully. There's a massive malice. We can show the malice. Is a subject minus 50%, which makes culture conversion a lot harder. I think we'll just hold on to the additional territory for now. The problem is it's increasing our tax base. We eventually want to fork it over to this guy. Well, he's got 2 cabinet actions. And giving him more Greek land will prevent him from flipping. But I think that we actually want another Greek subject. And we'll feed this guy stuff to the south, and we'll feed this guy stuff over here. Okay. Now we will make a spy network on him. And the idea behind improving relations between these two is they will not really meddle in our affairs from the opener while we go after the other stuff. What about cabinet action for less antagonism? Son of a bitch, you're right. No Diplo cabinet guy? He's throwing chat? Not like this. Not like this. We will also, with some of the well-earned prestige, make ourselves hate the Turks. Worsen our cultural opinion. You see, assimilation, 10%? 30%. Which makes it so that these guys down the road will have an easier time of assimilating. Plus 30%. But we will try and make them love us when we have more money. We'll circle back to that. We have a distinct lack of money right now. He says as he has money. Oh wait, wrong way. We want to be losing money slightly and getting rid of some of this inflation. It's going to be a long road. That is Greek as well. Let's make a subject there. So this is a very, like, important point here. We make a subject here, it's Orthodox and Greek. We make a subject Turk here, it's Sunni and Turkish. It's the same province. Where you click actually matters. Alright, let's do that. And they should convert that to Greek. So, we have a plan for assimilating kind of as much as possible, but accepting cultures is going to be much more of the metagame now. You can overcome it by going humanist? Yes. It might be the fact that humanist might be meta now. That was a loud car. Welcome to the stream. Meta is promoting racism? Yep, you heard it here first. In addition to the racism, or sorry, the slavery meta, we now have the racism meta. Please give us an event for... we gain restored old capital. So, we kind of want the Romanoi. My practice run, we did this, and then we didn't do it. We are going to... do we want to start paying for legitimacy now? Maybe we're actually supposed to push off getting this. We could start paying for it now. The thing is like, the events are, like, annoying. We get a bunch of negative legitimacy events. But restore the old capital, I think, is just way better for us. Maybe this is an improvement on what we did with our recorded video. Let's try this out. For 20 years, we're just going to get absolutely insane amount of legitimacy. Let's take this guy and let's strengthen government. Unfortunately, we don't have any reasonable crown characters. Except for that guy. Our ruler's son is next in line, but we're about to have a succession crisis. So we're strengthening the government, and it's like, oh, we're minus 0.1. What will we do? Well, part of that is we're getting minus 0.36 from Imperial Senate, which we want to increase for Parliament anyways. But we'll increase that. So now we should be getting positive. Yeah. Positive creep doing nothing. We get demand tribute, and we get an additional bink of 20 legitimacy here. So now we have a little bit of legitimacy to work with. Let's go for the communalism stuff, so that we can get it faster. So that's religious administration. And don't want to piss these guys off too much. Oh, we start with the one for communalism? Alright. Alright, alright. We're losing kind of a bit of money to pay for the bureaucracy, though. But now we just gain this. Like, a lot of it. With zero investment. For at least the next 20 years. Yeah. This is looking good. Is there an event to... isn't that event a reason to leave it? Yeah, so we could relieve them with this. Tomorrow's the release, yes. How does the control you have affect subjects? Not sure what you mean with the question. We really don't have any control down here, though. Maybe we do. There's like a needle to thread here. But I'm thinking the new strategy is if something is your culture, you just integrate it yourself. It's going to be a hot minute for us to kind of get some of these integrations through. We don't want to be losing quite that much. I feel like I'm being kind of a little bit of a nit, but we also want to float money, kind of, to some extent. And we're going to go for the diplomats. We are starting to get to the point where we feel squeezed on cabinet actions, though. Maybe Thessaly's okay. Because it gives us claims. Eventually. And makes this territory useful to us. I think that's one of the reasons the start was a little bit harder, is because we didn't have the... I don't know if it's good. We're gonna try it, though. The other stuff we'll integrate ourselves. We get a cabinet member trait, giving us pop conversion speed. Assimilation speed would be sweet. Getting some of that. A bid for the Byzantine crown. Bring me his head on a pike. So that's our dear brother thinking that he could do it better. And to be fair, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. So if we end this disaster with a lot of legitimacy, and this is why we maybe want to go for a Nicomacheia and go for the legitimacy route, if we end this disaster with a lot of legitimacy and stab, this is actually beneficial to us. We'll start paying for stab after we get rid of all the loans. So, we're gonna do this. Also, when we get to 95 legitimacy, then we can revoke all these terrible privileges. Let's do this. And then come in. We want to do, there's a ton of new ones, so we are going to be reading through a lot of this. Trade range over land, 60%. Holy shit. Trade income while it's going is probably what we want. We're probably not passing this debate, though. But some of these give really nice bonuses. Yeah, we're gonna do this one and then not pass it. And the bureaucracy we have gives us an insane amount of base support. This is really nice. It's a lot of prestige for a ruined empire. Well, we did just do that to the Ottomans. But it's okay. We let them live. We let them live. Some other Beylik will actually make them a subject. And then we can use our Wargle on them to take stuff from the other Beylik. Okay, I think we're going to want... We can make something less entrenched. That's not what we're going to want immediately. But we are at an impasse. which is the Pronoia subject type is pretty good. The Pronoia system that allows it is freaking awful. Maximum tax on all minus 10%. We are going to flip off of this. Now we could wait to flip off of it for 5 years or something. There's maybe some strategy here. But one of your vassals is Turkish. Did he flip? No. No. We'll flip him back. We'll flip him back. Greek. He's got enough Greek stuff, but yeah, if they're majority another culture, they're very likely to flip back. They're much more likely than they were before. So, that means there's a little bit to contend with in this front. But, yeah, we're going to go for a law change. Get rid of the Pronoia system. Do we want cab efficiency or the food? I think the food is better. So let's do that. And then let's have this guy appease these guys. We actually should have chosen the other one that gives just a appeasement. That was a little bit silly. Yeah, we're gonna preserve the stab. This is fine. Technically, we could use the spy network to try and flip him, but I think it's like not even worth like worrying about. Yeah, we can't afford it at this time. We will say that. We will tell him that. Gotta wait out some more of this parliament. Let's see. Let's gain legitimacy and lose the will of the people. What we're doing is we're waiting so that this can recover up, so that this button click gives us more support, so that we can hopefully get through a couple of things. I think it's just going to be 2. The other thing is max taxes. We're going to look to increase. Who could we tax more if they were more satisfied? Actually, now's not a good time to give out the commoner stuff. We'll do this at the end. Yeah. So we didn't pay for the legitimacy in our... Not what we wanted. Oh. Alright, we just have to fight these guys then. What CB is this? This is coalition, yeah. Okay. This is new since I recorded my video. Why are we getting minus infinite levies? We may have to make some adjustments to this strategy. Oh, this is nice. Color me confused. It's because the peasant satisfaction is really low. You have below 25% peasant satisfaction, okay. We'll give them freedom of movement. Okay, so we gotta click these buttons first. That's okay, we thought we could only click one additional button anyway. Since they're not very satisfied, we might as well actually just tax the bejesus out of them as well. Something like this. Not used to having below whatever satisfaction on the peasants. Alright. And then we wait a month? There we go. You can't go through all this stuff, can you? Cool. I think we could still shake these guys down for money. What's your trade? Army movement speed. That's fine with us. We can't afford it at this time. Let's actually just tax these guys. To like 35%. Nobles too. And then we'll hand out privileges to recover up the satisfaction, but we'll actually be gaining some money here. Okay, who's the war leader? These guys don't have forts at the start, so... Or they delete their forts intelligently. But we can't separate peace people, so... Let's do this. We can go for maps. I guess we maybe want to do something like that. I think with the coalition CB, it's not good for us to take stuff back. Conquer for a defender is just really expensive. Yeah. We could maybe do the crush the coalition thing to make it so they can't join a coalition. I think we just want maps though. Or just end the war as quickly as possible. Just preserve Greek life. Greek lives. This looks good for us. Oh, we didn't even show off like the units and stuff that we get. Yeah, we're not picking something that loses us money. We're going to continue to try and curb inflation when we have positive surplus. Because the amount of gold it costs us to decrease inflation is effectively less now than it will be later. Although we also want to pay stuff back. Oh, we lost a battle? Yikes. Wait, what? Was that on a hill? It was on a hill. Okay. Big Sag. He's on a hill and not full morale. It's a little sloppy. Sloppy. The balanced battles you just lost, yeah. Oh, no. Okay. Now's a good time to end this war, eh? It's like basically just round 2 of the same thing. I think we might actually win that, but I think we aren't going to test that theory. We could go for Dissolve Coalition, but I don't think it's worth. Let's just pick up a couple maps. And maximum money. And then... yeah. Let's see. Treason or conspiracy? She should be trusted. Getting courtly intrigues. Well, we don't want to get minus legitimacy, so let's instead... oh, no, wait. She's an influential voice. She's suspecting this guy of treason. Having allied with this enemies. Etc., etc. There's like a pathway to putting this guy on the throne, no? We kind of don't want that negative legitimacy modifier, though. Peace in our time? Peace just in time, more like. Was there a reason he preserved the micro-auto? Yes, there was. He's not telling chat, though. I don't know what this event chain looks like. Do they fix he doesn't die in 2 years? I think he did not die for a very long time in both my practice runs. What's Co-Emperor giving us? A huge amount of efficiency in cabinet. Let's keep him around, I think. Don't you have the amount checker? We do. Let's do this. We search by Iones. Let's sort by chronology. A lot of this is just if we reclaim stuff. I think we'll say he never betrays the Empire. I think we want him to push stuff. That'll go away. We're losing money, kind of where we want to be. I think we could repay one more loan. What's our... crown power? Not the best. It's better when we release more subjects. Thinking about this, is feeding Thessaly actually a pathway to Serbia? These two provinces, locations. If we feed them one more, we can give them land into Serbia and they can integrate it for us. The slightly bigger subjects is going to be better. Are these guys converting? I believe they start off... yeah, they're converting. They're kind of annoying. We might have to go after them. Oh, I think there was something... Let's see, who did you ally? Are you not getting the personal union with them? That's real good for us if they don't get the personal union with them. Yeah, we don't have excess diplomats anyways here. Okay. And then you... This will actually be useful now. Do we have peasants in cabinet? We don't. We're gonna pay for one of these guys, but just one. I'm gonna do it for extra tech. And now we're not integrating shit. Yeah. We are making money though. Maybe we don't want to be making money? Oh, holy. Maybe we want to repay this final loan first, actually. I think that these guys are leeches. And we like the free legitimacy. Oh ho ho, enchanté! This is what we get when you keep them around. The Latin Empire remnants are waiting for the opportune moment. He claims on a bunch of this stuff. Achaea, this guy, this guy. But 300% noble power for some of this. Yeah, yikes, okay. Prepare for war, I guess. Gonna make us pay for diplomats, are they? Oh, we have... Wait, why can't we deck? Is it the... You gotta wait a week? We have levies raised. Sure. This is Wendy's. We do not have a levies raised. We actually might have levies raised. Yeah, okay. Okay. We were just lamenting that. Oh, the minus 50 plus stab, that is the issue? Yeah, that's fair. And now we don't have to pay for the diplomats. Let's get rid of this. Okay. So soon we will start building buildings. This is going to be amazing. Let's go guilds into the institution growth. By the time we get that, we should be in the next age, so... We actually maybe want to pay for the diplomats, either way. Let's pay for a little bit. I think that we don't want to just pay any type of money. Romanoi is nice because it makes stab cheaper for us, but... Minus 50 stab? Yeah, I'm not used to opening with a no CB, to be honest. I must admit, the no CB opener is not what I'm used to. We're not gonna pay anyone anything. We do have to get legitimacy up to 95, which is one of the reasons we're not handing out privileges right now. Also, oh! Yeah, we could also do this. Some of this stuff. We'll commission a dynastic chronicle. I think this gives us a modifier. We gain legitimacy, depending on the quality. Yeah. Gregory will help us, and then we can request help from... Yeah, this is perfect. Extra legitimacy. And then we can click the buttons. Request help from the nobles. We will grant this. This is not the worst privilege in the world. It's not ideal, but we can revoke it later if we really want. we can request help from the clergy. And this is something we'd want to hand out anyways, so that we effectively get to hand it out for free, and we can request help from the burghers. And we will grant building rights. Oh no! Building rights! One of the really good privileges! What will we do? Alright. What will we do? Crown pretenders are slowing down. We actually want to resolve it with higher legitimacy if possible. We're gonna slow them down a touch. I think we're not even taxing them really that much anyways. Holy! Alright. Lacking jewels, you say? You don't have the jewels. They will loan us up to 1,300. I don't think we want loans. I think this gives us a loan. This isn't like just us getting money. I think we say that's preposterous. Maybe it's just getting money. We could test. Is it free money? Let's see if it's just free money. If it's free money, this might be good, but I don't think it's free money. That's absurd if it's free money. Alright. Oh, there's no money in our coffers. What do you mean? Yeah, okay. They will loan us. Loan us. Oh no, please don't force us to do something we want. Not like this. Yeah. They steal the jewels? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. How would you summarize Fate of the Phoenix in 2 words? Content is fun. That's 2 words, it's fun. I think that Biz is kind of overtuned. But they've also gotten, like, nerfed since, like, some of the earlier stuff. But yeah, we say this is preposterous. You want collateral? Collateral these jewels. Oh wait, that's what they want. Fine, we'll do it the right way. God, I can feel chat yelling at me. A fleet of galley ships? We actually don't want those galley ships, so we'll take the legitimacy. How cheap is this for us? God, I wish we had more money. We would rather have... Oh, we really don't want to have the loan. We just need to shake someone. We need to shake someone violently. For money. Like, just turn these Balex upside down and shake them like a piggy bank. Is there an exact hour of the new patch release? There is. I don't know exactly what it drops, though. It's tomorrow. What's the focus of the DLC? Like how Art of War was huge for a military playstyle? I mean, I would say the huge focus is biz content, and a bunch of, like, really nice quality of life stuff all over the place. More so than, like, this is revolutionizing this. The subject meta is, like, changed a lot, and I guess, like, culture conversion is going to be a lot different, too. Here we... maybe want to do some of that. Are we paying for any dip? Yeah, we are. Yeah, we can't afford shit. We cannot afford anything at this juncture. We will pop off really hard money-wise when stuff gets fixed, but right now stuff's not fixed, so... Okay, what's the other option that's actually good? We changed 20 to serfdom? Hell yeah, brother. The Mariners Guild. They will be whipped for their impudence. Yeah. Which, that extra... Let's put you in on the peasants. And put that back on automate. And then I guess we'll pull off this for now so we can do the monthly legitimacy. Yeah. Cool. Admin focus probably what we'll go for. Hey, thank you for the 20 knock. Is the game good now? I haven't played since March 1. Well, that question implies a complaint. Do you have a specific complaint? I could say if it's fixed. See, I think the game was good before, so we might be operating from like a different like premise. Reminds me of a Polish incident. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Oh, someone's spamming me on Discord. We're not paying for dip. We're improving relations with some people. We're getting our CB here. The thing is, I don't know if Crown Powers... I don't know if these can pop while we're at war. Can we just hold the Crown Pretenders hostage for forever? This is also a nice little event. There's a ton of events that, like, increase legitimacy and also decrease legitimacy, but, like, you can choose different sides. Enchanté. Florence! Florence is landlocked now. Not gonna have very many levies there ourselves. I wish you could batch raise them without using this button. I don't know if this 185 is enough, so we'll raise the other guys just in case. Who's supporting the Crown Pretenders? What is it? Burghers, clerics... laborers, nobles... Alright, it's everybody. Let's not take the stab hit. Let's just prevent loss of life for the Greeks. What do you mean you full occupied us while we weren't looking? What do you mean? What do you mean? What does any of it mean? Yeah, we want the money. What does this do to us? Also, truces are omega long now. Nice. Okay. That was a fun little expedition. Where are you? Oh, we can't duck into that. Not like this. Okay, so that ends that experiment. Let's rival Bulgaria back. Let's rival these guys because they're going to be gone soon. What new nations have they added to Greece? It's all biz to me. I don't think they added... Did they add new nations? Or I guess maybe they did. I don't know which ones were the old ones. What does this have to do with? This is the succession crisis. Let's see if we could add Serbia. You don't really want a loan. Don't really want an alliance. Tell them, nah, shove it. But let's try and improve. Ah, they did rival us, we just didn't notice. Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Alright, let's see if we can get some clergy on board. Expansion of zealotry. Oh no, something we wanted to give out anyway. What will we do? Oh no. God, I would hate to have extra trade capacity and estate satisfaction equilibrium. Oh, shoot, chat, what do we do? What do we do, chat? God, this is the worst. We get what we want. Oh man, that actually is the worst. The truth hurts. And then this one is a little bit more of a roll, because there's a lot of nobles' privileges we don't want to give out. What are the end requirements to do this without violence? We've done this with, like, violence every time. None of the active rebels are pretenders. I'm not sure we can accomplish that. There's too many Turkish guys that are just never gonna leave. It's like, sir, this is a Wendy's. Thank you for the follow, Dr. Snuggles, number 8. Should be almost the same tomorrow. Should be almost the same tomorrow, yeah. We still want to save up enough to go after this, which is why we're minting. Maybe we just pop this. I mean, we win the fight really easy. And we have enough legitimacy so that this actually maybe catapults us to the next thing. So yeah, we'll just do this. We want stab or legitimacy? Probably legitimacy for right now. Stab in the abstracts may be better. But we get, we're not very Romanoi, but when we have a lot of this and we have a lot of this, boy oh boy is stab cost cheap for us to actually spend the slider. I'm not spending on the I think we're spending the slider. No, we're not. There's actual nothing on sliders except for a little bit of cost court. It's actually... It's not that expensive right now. Let's go for this. Oh, that's so much satisfaction loss. Let's just do this. I think new people are gonna join these rebels. Oh no. We lost Gregory. Pour one out for Gregory, chat. Let's do this. Man, this is going so much different than the run we have on the video. I think this is way better. Shoot. You hate to see it. It's almost like playing the same country like several times in a row makes you better. I hope the sarcasm lands you in hot water, mister. Nice social commentary? No, not like this. They're never gonna leave the rebellion. Hey, Mercy, welcome, welcome. How you doing? No levies again? Oh, that's right, no levies again. God, what will we do? This is the worst deal in the history of deals. Right, we're looking for... Yeah, we still have some trend towards serfdom. Let's put some commoners in the administration. We can panic button click another one. We're still trying to... What's this? That is something we don't need to deal with ourselves. I think we want the rebels to pop, actually, at this point. So let's go back to integrating some stuff. You know, the gold is a lot stickier this run also because we weren't playing around with this. Let's increase province control here. It ravages instability. We can't afford it. Alright, Renaissance over there. So in 15 months, we will get the Crown Rebels. Unless we declare war, then we won't. Then we stall them out. Maybe kind of like a bit of an abusive oversight. Without our levies, we're still predicted to win, basically. Chat said we needed over 25. I mean, we don't beat the Crown Pretenders without this. Well, I guess we need 10 months, and this is gonna pop in... Huh. Let's slow it down a bit, then. Rose 1.5 hours, 6 years in. Bro, the first year is the slowest. And 0 buildings done. That's the real thing. The real is 0 buildings finished. We want to pop the Crown Pretenders, but not yet. I think we'll do that before we handle this. Alright. So let's switch back to integrate. Because we will get the ability to muster levies. We don't care about art. We can't enforce culture until she's been around for 10 years. Alright, fair. Just converting stuff to Turkish in that time, but okay. I usually don't mind moving traditionalists at this juncture. So yeah, we'll do this. We have to see if any of these are like super worth passing. Pop food consumption is actually pretty nice. Whoa. Whoa. Pop leave rebel threshold is also an interesting one right now. Is that how we're supposed to drink this? If we get maximum points, what are we spending it on? The thing is, we actually start off with decent laws. We don't have too many we want to change. We have that, which we want. We have this, which is actually pretty solid. Expected cost of court doesn't matter too much when you're just not going to pay for it. Which is eventually. The thing that we want to change is this. And also the Navy one to give us progress towards naval. So we don't actually need a lot of juice. Let's do a nobles one though. I think this is the better one. And then we're gonna go for max tax so that we can actually have money. And then I think we want a CB actually. I think that'll be it. We want to be Romanoi. And we'll pop the pretenders, deal with them. And stop paying for this. So we'll repay our debt now. And we'll back off of paying for a lot of this. Actually, let's back off more. Let's back off entirely. Phoenix. Gregoris. This is one way to get guys out of cabinet, which is kind of cute. I don't know what you get from having him go do this, really, but I feel like you should get something. The game doesn't communicate with you, like, kind of regarding their success or failure. We are gonna pop the Crown Pretenders. We could have delayed this, but I think moving through it's just the most straightforward kind of way to do it. Let's switch you to this for the research. We have enough satisfaction on them. What? Oh yeah, okay, the rebels pop. And then we don't get too much legitimacy off this, but we're already at 100, so there's that. So let's spend a little of it. Back up. And now we can revoke this ish as well. Now, it's kind of expensive for some of it, but some of it's really cheap. So negative prod efficiency, we'd probably get rid of that one. Just wait on the other ones. Actually, let's not do that right now before we raise the levies, huh? This guy. Go handle them rebels. Notably, don't have the forts. They don't have any forts. Let's figure in neither, because they're both kind of ticking up. This guy is going to have an issue. He needs a tissue. Issue fails. Womp womp. Let's make a new unit. Carpet siege. This. Is Constantinopolis a metropolis? It is a megalopolis. Here is what it gives. Which is very warping because it is so incredibly strong. Yeah. 20 max control, which is kind of weird because it has to be your capital. I don't know why it gives max control, but whatever. I guess when you move your capital eventually. Alright. The succession crisis is almost over. It's almost done, the deed itself. Definitely want the revoke privilege cost, eh? Let's go for this. Reordering the province. It's a lot of control. Control's hella good, man. A lot of max control. Let's actually... It just gives us max control, so... Yeah, that'll be nice. And I think that should be the end. And then our debt is repaid. We're currently attacking the inflation. Do we wait for the bubonic plague to max out communalism before revoking? We have so much stuff we want to use stab for, and our stab is kind of cheap right now. How much is it for us to max the thing? 5 ducats. Let's pay for a little bit. The rebels have lost. Rebel scum. Sucks that we would renew our truce on the Ottomans. It's not that big a deal, though. That guy's got a lot of military, huh? We're super overcapped on strengthening Gov, I think. Is there one of these that we could give out? I know we have one more free subject pip, effectively, that we could do. I guess we'll do representative parliament. My concern right now is we actually can't get to these guys. We could raise the naval levies, but if he has a single galley, we can't really fight him. Okay. Why were the Ottomans left with silk? To be fair, they're going to use a bunch of dev on it. But they probably should have been left with a not Turkish province. Or I mean a not Greek province. Alright. Let's raise the levies. In most places. That aren't like exclaves. We'll choose the one that's a little milder. And then we can give this. And we could give the other one. Yeah, they're Madge. Continue to put the same guy in charge. Let's be careful about running it down, I guess. Wow, they did so much damage. So we can't march through the Suez. Is that a galley? It's galley. It is a galley. Oh my god, it's a galley. What do we do? The mighty Byzantine Empire brought to its knees by a single galley. I mean, I guess we try and levy and just hope to run around it. Or we hope our one galley is enough. Let's turn on the food because it actually matters now. You will run out of food. There we go. Navy morale. Hey, look, you got the Buccaneer trait. Let's go. Alright. For they were all of them deceived. For another galley was made. Not like this. Not like this, not like this, not like this, not like this, not like this. Please win, please win, please win. Our galley's damaged, their galley's not. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, that was stressful. Let's not ever use a galley ever again. Go hide. Hey, thank you for the 50 knock. Which countries are the most powerful? Like the new haircut. Thank you, thank you. Oh, here. Sorry. We can put on the old hair, too. You turned down the free galleys? That's true. We did turn down the free galleys. Yeah, too bad we're out of food. This is also big true. Can we provide a little bit? Not really. Also, the loot... Another galley. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. Oh, what the fuck? I don't know what I clicked. I don't know what I clicked. Oh, I hate it when that happens. Hopefully it wasn't important. I actually think I'm gonna go with the stream and see what the fuck I clicked. What did I just click? Oh, there's my look of pain. Oh, I hate it when that happens. I do. It's fine. Fine. The loot. Another galley. That's true. It's fine. It's fine. Did I actually click no to naval reform? Holy shit. I'd have to reload chat. We put on the wig for 10 seconds and we immediately make a wig forced error. Sorry, we put on our real hair. Are we an admiralist now? Apparently not. Apparently we don't like naval reform. It's a naval reform with only one option? Oh, it's only one option? Okay. And then I guess that's what we're doing. I guess that is what we are doing. Oh, we're gonna map farm this dude. We are gonna map farm him. Get map farmed, idiot. New outbreak, but not the Black Plague, not yet. Alright, let's actually put in the Diplo guy. Oh, we don't have that yet. We'll keep the Diplo guy in because less clicks. Oh, we have so much money. Really big opportunities on the silk. And we already have the price collapse. Let's do that. Let's also reopen the university. The silk just gives so much money per level because the like 50% or 1.5 output per level. It's just like an absolutely insane spend. Like, look at our economy now, now look at your economy, now look at our economy. No, wait, how's the commercial go? Look at your man, now look at me, now look back at your man, now look at me. And see how I smell? You can see it. I smell. Alright. No maps this time from this guy. Also, no antagonism to return your cores. Ah! We have to worry about nothing. We must fear nothing but fear itself. For we get everything is Byzantium. We just needed to shake down our neighbors. Who knew it was this simple? God, if only someone sent a note to Byzantium that they could just shake down their neighbors and get everything. We want to create a subject because these guys will be Greek. Yeah. Okay. But does it matter which one we click? Yeah, they're both Orthodox Greek. But we can't make the special subject type anymore. Wah, wah. Put a woman in charge. Why does this guy really convert everything Bulgarian? You were Greek, weren't you? There's also a cooldown on enforced culture, so we can't enforce culture on everyone. She betrayed us, though. We want to enforce on this guy and, why are they culture flipping when they're predominantly Greek? God, that doesn't make sense. Actually, it was 3 options. There's one option, brother, I could post to the Discord. Did another option appear? Oh, not worth to reload. Well, what does it give us? You don't know. Alright, we won't reload. If it's really bad, it's really bad. It is what it is. Oh, we can flip Hellenism now, because we changed the game rule so we could flip it earlier, right? We're still on board with that? We'll start a poll on the YouTube, and then the Twitch viewers will go, ah, the YouTubers always get the polls. I think we probably need kind of a relatively big no if we're gonna do no. Because we voted for it before. Better reload? Maybe we should. Will you go for slaves with the new religion? I'm not sure. I have not progressed. I've done the opening first 50. And I've done, like, a practice run for it. But haven't progressed that far. In my run. He hates us, big true. How's the new patch? Good, bad? I like it a lot, in terms of it's fun. I think there's a bunch of QOL stuff that I am a fan of. Oh, I guess we should plug the thing here and there. I don't think it's like an insane patch for like overhauling the gameplay, or something like this. The subject meta definitely seems different. And a lot of the cultural things that you did and cared about before are now, like, back on the menu, boys. We don't have that much money, but once we have money, we're gonna start shoving money down our enemies' throats. So, yeah. You also didn't go through the logic behind choosing urban rights yet? Are we paying for cost of court? No, but we're gaining 0.25. Oh, that's beautiful. The ones that are good. They cost legitimacy. There is a limit to how many you can give out, so you kind of want to think about it. Pretty sure we can only do that in Constantinople, yeah. Yeah. There's... In particular, I do think that this one's really strong and this one's really strong, so maybe giving them out early is not super good, but if you want stuff like stable port on where you have a governor, like as a port governor, is going to be good. Granary Town just seems worse than Imperial Breadbasket. But these have like content. We also have to Megalopolis. We maybe do that with Byzantine. Oh, did we punt making this a stable port? We only have 3 slots. Oh, maybe punt it a little bit. Because we can't make it a breadbasket and this. Revocation is like a stab hit. It's not the end of the world. But there are unique ones, like the Germans get some of their own. I don't know who all gets unique ones. 2 hours and we're plugging the thing? Oh, it didn't even plug the thing, just talked about plugging the thing. Not like this. I forget to plug it. It's also just, like, actually a really big source of my income, so I should kind of be... because a lot of you guys are very generous about it. Let's see. But, if you are interested in buying the DLC and you want to support the channel, what you could do... is if you are going to be purchasing it off of the official store and using the code Generalist. This doesn't give you a discount. If you're not in USD, sometimes the exchange rate makes it a different price. But for USD and a lot of other currencies, it will be the same price, and what this does is it sends 12% of the sale my way. I think Paradox also gets a bigger cut, so I think Paradox gets more money from the sale because they don't have to pay the Steam fees. I'm not 100% sure how this works, but this is a good way to support the channel at no additional cost to yourself, other than the inconvenience of putting in a code. Also, other content creators have codes, so if you would prefer to support someone else, you could ask them if they have a code. It works for all Paradox products, not just etc. Not just this particular DLC. Is it possible to change capital with Megalopolis? No, but it is more expensive. Plus 100%. It also gives you a bureaucracy slot. It is Mega, and it is Zoopolis. They still have to pay the Steam fee? Interesting. So here's the thing is, I've had multiple people tell me both sides of this, and now I don't know. I guess I could ask one of the people in there. We will also upgrade Spinners Guilds. Look at this. 45 or 0.45 in tax. Amazing. Do we have the masonry collapse? Probably because we have the granaries closed still. So let's do some of this. We'll also want to put a bailiff down over here. Florence and Flanders get unique ones. When should you build towns and cities? Well, for us, it won't be for a while because we have so much opportunity to just expand stuff in Constantinople because we're getting this. So it's going to be very strong for us to just lean into this. Hey, Kavari. How's it going? I've been doing alright. Kind of been very hectic past couple weeks. Very hectic. Alright, we're not at war, so we don't need this. We do want to do some stab things. Okay. The burgers are going to just continue to get stronger, I think. And we have most of the revoked discount we're going to have. And they are one of the kind of big ones. Wait, didn't we revoke this? I could have sworn we revoked it. Oh, we decided not to. We need more legitimacy. Womp womp. Just gotta wait a hot minute. We need 95. Not the rebellions. So this, we thought we could be really cheeky, and this gives merchant quarters and it gives max levels in my run, but it was bugged in the run where we gave out staple port for more marketplace building levels, and this doesn't give you the merchant quarter building levels. I don't think that will probably be fixed by release. We'll see. But Port of Smyrna, local monthly dev, I think we are kind of into over markets of Smyrna. So, rebuild the port. It has been reclaimed. Okay. We're looting our own subject. Gotta love it. Yeah, you get a lot more from looting. Black Death has begun. It means we maybe want to save up a little bit of a bank. That bug's still in there. Megalopolis has a larger simultaneous construction potential. Yes, I think it's 3 or something like this. English only, please. Do you know how long to wait the patch? The patch is like a little over a day. Buying 10 copies of the vampire game using code generalist. The influencer handler will be very confused with that. Steam says they don't. From the relevant, Steam keys are a free service. Okay. Well, how does Steam get paid from the developer? I know that what Paradox is not allowed to do is to charge less on their website than Steam. Ever. Look at our income. Despite us, like, actually paying for stuff. Alright, we have 95. Truly exceptional man, this guy. Is he, though? Is he, though? We want to be able to build a few pest houses. So we're not going to spend the money. What's the feeling on the DLC so far? I think it's a lot of fun if you want to play Biz. I think Biz is kind of overtuned. So, like, let's, we didn't really go through Biz's content, but let's take a look. Let's take a look. So, the first of all, we have the Roman group now. So this is selling efficiency is basically trade efficiency going out. And we have some nice stuff here. Max literacy. 20% monthly research progress, but it's like late in the game, so that's not even as good as it looks, and we get access to this. Pop promotions really matter a lot now. You can't just like build cities up out of nowhere. They kind of like slow develop a little bit more. And then we have the aqueduct system, which we didn't even talk about this, but that's a building. That is a building. That is a building with multiple levels. Now, you can't build it everywhere. It has to be specifically in one of these 4 cities. Avignon, Segovia, Rome, or Constantinople. But you basically have to put your capital in one of these. You get ability to build more levels, and it's monthly legitimacy. So you're going to stack up to like 1.4 monthly legitimacy and never pay for legitimacy ever in your life. Like, ever. My bad, thank you for the follow. My bad, 123. Much appreciated. Or MB. The cataphracts are like an insane unit. But they're age 1, so that's kind of a little bit of a push. This is also a somewhat strong unit. They have another unit that isn't shown in here that well. The Vanguard guys. These are 20% larger. So these things are absolutely insane for infantry. But you're just like, these are all age 1 units. Thank you for the bless yous. Can you flip Roman? Yeah, you can. We will eventually. Oh, what's the poll? The poll that we want us to flip Hellenism. So we'll flip Hellenism after this. After we kind of cruise through some of this stuff. We get extra bureaucracy slots. Okay, research progress, starting out with it. Nothing in here was like super insane until we get to like the closer to the bottom, if I recall correctly. Trade range is very solid. That's something to point out. I think this is the best age 4 unique cannon. 30% bombard efficiency and then extra artillery barrage. I mean, a big part of it is, I think you can form Rome without the game settings specifically. Yeah, the literacy is kind of whatever. You have more sources of legitimacy, flat, which are strong, but you already have enough. These, I assume this gets patched by release, but these, they're patched already. Okay. They used to give 20 flat proximity, which stacked with governors, so you would have like 9 capitals or 10 capitals. Is subject matter fixed? Depends what you mean by fixed. Oh my god, someone donated a while ago, and they asked me a question, and then I asked them a question, and then I might have missed their follow-up. Not like this. But it depends. Still discovering what exactly is meta, but it looks like subjects are still good. You just play with bigger subjects, and it's not just a bunch of OPMs. Which, in my opinion, fixed involves, we have this army maintenance efficiency. Oh, it's not a discount modifier anymore. I was about to go on a rant about discount modifiers, but it's not one. Okay. And then that's good enough. We already talked about this being insane. This one's also very good. We are victorious through the disaster. And then there's a bunch of these bureaucracies. And there's a really high power level here where you're getting basically plus, you're going to get double this positive effect, and you're going to get flat constant effect. Okay? So this would be 30% crown power, and it costs maintenance, but it's offset by the fact that you don't really have to pay for bureaucracy. And so we might do this one, giving flat legitimacy. This one we will stay in on, minus 100% estate power and 5% tax efficiency. That's probably just categorically worth. Probably don't use this one. This one we will want to get rid of, but while we have it, we are going to want to pay to avoid the negative effect. 2 extra governors is a vibe. Yeah. Once you get it fully entrenched, which takes a while, but the Themata is the one we want to get rid of most, probably. It's giving plus 100% nobles power, and we don't want to pay for it. Plus 20% prosperity, and minus 20% in state enrichment. Extra enfranchisement for peasants. And then you can castrate people, our favorite. Little fork and sausage. 2 extra? Yes. It says 1, but you get double the stuff. We can reestablish Hellenism as a decision, which we will just circumvent. And then they really need to fix this tooltip thing. It makes figuring this stuff out a little bit difficult. Pronoia system, which we revoked. I think we have one of these in right now, but I'm not 100% sure. All the policies, and it's a little bit difficult for us to check via this UI. This is a subject type that's kind of good, but I don't think it's worth minus 10% max tax, and then we get a couple of unique urban rights, like the Imperial Breadbasket. 0.2% population growth, and 0.2% monthly prosperity. It has to be a megalopolis, though. And then this, which I think also requires a megalopolis. Parliament duration's an interesting modifier. It is an interesting modifier. Oh, we get one of these every age. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. This is fine. What's stronger now, Biz or Castile, Navarra, Aragonese, culture in Spain? I mean, Biz's content's probably the strongest content in the game. The competitors are like the Ottomans because they get slave raiding, and China because China's China. Very good horsies. Probably still Spain? I don't know. 2 governors is a vibe. Speaking of, we can actually afford a governor, except we want to save money for pest houses. We want to save money for pest houses. We will save money for pest houses. Okay. Also now, and this, like, makes me big sad, this automatically stopping is no longer a thing, so you actually have to watch it. I think that this is just a bug. It might get fixed by release. Who knows? Let's see if we can push Spiritualist a little bit more, though. Oh, son of a bitch, we wanted to revoke one of these. Alright, let's swap Hellenism and stop making everyone wait, though. I think it doesn't even make sense to swap Hellenism right now. But... hopefully this doesn't wreck our content. I don't know, YOLO BOLO. Let's do it. Let's do it. This might cause issues. We'll deal with those. We'll burn those bridges when we get to it. And now we have Hellenism unlocked. So we will be able to roll aspects. We need this in order to do this. So we are going to pilgrimage constantly. Which one gives us the most religious influence? This is what we care about. Olympos. This one gives us a similar amount. Ah, it's so many ducats. Whatever. Do we get a cabinet action for this? We do not. I didn't think we would, but... alright. Let's do some of this. Oh, we can assign aspects immediately? Hot damn. Omen length? The omens are really strong. One omen did not make release, and that was got bopped before release, and that it was the +10 control omen. But we got yeah. Peasant to state satisfaction equilibrium, omen strength. Progress towards Latinitas. Oh, we have to decide which one we want to go, then. I think we want Latinitas long term. Renaissance and etc. One rooted in Romanoi holds fast the unbroken Roman inheritance upheld by the Orthodox faith. Institutions, yeah, but we're not Orthodox. Yeah. We currently have some support. Alright. What's actually generating us religious influence right now? We can see. Local rights, accept tenants of essence, allow double Sabbath, independent authorities. Hellenism. Consolidated corruption of the faith. Yuck. Alright, we have to get rid of that. Euclidean mysteries. I almost said Euclidean coordinates. Muscle memory. Allows us to canonize. We don't want that. Progress towards... yeah, we don't want that. Monism. Big troop. Monthly religious influence. Select omen cost is more expensive, though. Then it's kind of a wash, eh? Heathen pop conversion speed plus 50% and also tolerance of heathen beliefs plus 2 is kind of nice. We're about to have a bunch of people really Angie with us. More omens offered. Yeah, I think we want... Stab investment cost actually is kind of hot. Because now, it's so cheap. Or it will be. Still combating inflation. And our liturgical language changed to the... Oh no, it's probably still Greek. Gay Pizza Dad 69. Thank you for the Prime subscription. Much appreciated, my guy. Helps when you have minus 82 stab. We left the Patriarchate. Kind of a little bit tempted to do double omens. I do think that these cost... Yeah, let's not... Yeah, they cost stab. Let's not do that right now. Oh ho ho. That's an issue, maybe. We gotta get rid of one of these. Alright. I think the control's been ramped up successfully here. So let's integrate the other province, which is not yet integrated. We need 50 to roll. Oh, we kind of like our spy networks. It's fine. Which one are we supposed to prep annexing? I don't think we want to annex any of them in an immediate sense. Bringing up stab sliders never worth it. We're getting plus 50%, and we can't declare war until we're at minus 50, so... I think it is at the very least worth it for us to get to the point where we can declare war. You're welcome, brother. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Where do you see your movements, by the way? Movements? I haven't even looked at the map mode. Let's take a look. There are no movements currently. Chat, will we see positive stability today? No. You'll take your negative stab and you'll enjoy it. especially because we have Black Death coming in. Can we choose an option that causes stab even if we don't have the stab to pay it? Sponsor mass forgiveness right now, and then wait to see how the spread works. We're probably expelling the sick here. Immediately dies. Or maybe. Yeah, this guy sucks. Ship it. Alright, how much sickness is here? I'm gonna wait for it to infect a few more people before expelling the sick. I always forget about isolate cities. We can't pay for it anyway. we can't pay for it anyway. Isolate the sick may be correct here. Or like isolate cities. Like if you're doing your biz run, getting this on Byzantium is probably a thing that would interest you. You have 1.7 million pops, 100,000 here. All right, but let's go build some pest houses. It's actually mint too. We gotta get rid of one of our bureaucracies. You know what it takes to revoke them? A shitload of stab as well. There's a lot of stuff also that we want to do that costs stab. So... And we just can't do the things unless we have the stab. It's not like, yeah. We will want glass. Alright. What? Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Why you do this to us? Not the bubonic plague leaving so that it could come back, and we have to repay for the 10 stab. Oh! I mean, we get to click this button again, I guess. It's also spreading from Bulgaria. We assume that we're gonna have this here now. Theodosian walls. Well, you pick a bad time for this event to pop, my guy. Alright. Pest houses. Hey Ham, how's it going? I thought they'd fix that. I guess not. Oh, they've not fixed it. It's like, it's annoying, but it's like, it only happens in like one phase of the game. Are pest houses worth it now? I mean, they're worth it when you have 100,000 pops. We're doing that more so that we can... We're doing Expel the Sick so we can max out communalism, though. That's more the real reason. And this guy was the chosen one. We wanted to feed him the Greek provinces, but now he's decided not to be Greek. That's fine. I don't even think we're max taxing them anyway. We should have castrated this boy when we had the chance. Except we never had the chance. You hate to see it. Nobody clipped that castrating the boy. This isn't a CK3 stream. Also, negative stab gives one positive modifier, or am I tripping? I think you're tripping here. I mean, merc size. Are we just not paying cost of court? Yeah. Pay a little. We're just getting a temporary loss. We're just not going to pay cost of court here. I think. Eventually it'll start coming back up. I do want to build a couple more pest houses before the Black Plague. Like, we have a couple places that have really high pop. Makita, like one of them. And also here. And the time is running out for that place. Oh, I'm hungry. I didn't eat. I just started streaming right away. That's a mistake, maybe. Holy, he's bad? Oh no, not like this. Getting shamed. Getting shamed by the chat. Terrible. Whatever will we do? Whatever will we do? I think we maybe get one more pest house, and that's kind of it. Yeah, that kind of sucks. The cost is stab, yeah, okay. We want to get, we need to at least get to -50, but we also want to revoke a bunch of stuff, so like, what's the satisfaction equilibrium? 17. Yeah, our taxes go up if we're going to use equilibrium. I mean, we could overtax them over the equilibrium. But currently it's just the clergy that we aren't getting the most taxes possible from. This does decrease our prosperity by quite a bit. By having low pop satisfaction, it's like... Not our 100 in all categories guy. Not his gumdrop buttons. But this guy never dies. That guy has immunity from everything. Alright, we're gonna see if... Actually... Yeah, so we're gonna get a chance to build a pest house here. Cool. So basically our 3 highest pop places, we are gonna be getting them done. I understand we have a parliament. Fill every hole. Just airtight. I think we're probably into actually trying to pass that. Religious influence is kind of nice, though. Oh, what am I doing? Yeah, we do this one. We do this one. This is a must pass. Should we tax exempt them? We do it, we want to do it before the spiritualist retreat. Let's just do it. Immediately roll a good trade. Shout out to that guy. I think we're just gonna click this button and let it go through. So we should maybe just click it now. Oh, okay, now we're actually losing, so... Increase entrenchment on what? Imperial Senate. Do we like Imperial Senate? Not really. But we could go after the entrenchment on Themata. We don't want to not pass this, though. Okay. Commit Subaru. Terrible. Should take a break and get some lunch? I might. Live streaming this eco meta? Are we taxing the clergy? We are taxing the clergy. Our eco is bad. Also, taxing the clergy is not that bad. It used to be worse before. Research speed used to be a stronger modifier, but yeah, that gives us, well, it's marginal either way, like, it's maybe the right way to put it. Actually, it's just to wait for this parliament to finish, basically. And we can maybe click some buttons right before it's over. Also, we'll be able to start a war soon here. That's kind of fine. This is the last month tick. Yeah, so this is the last month tick before the event pops. We kind of want to progress towards serfdom anyways. So now we can click the buttons. Let's increase the entrenchment. And then challenge the entrenchment of the Mata, which we don't want. And then contain professional armies, and we're good to go. Ooh, Navy support. This would almost matter if we had already pushed Navy, but we haven't. And we maybe want to float 2% inflation. So we'll do that and then forget that we did it in the cry. Oh, it's so expensive. It's so expensive to ramp it up. Can we roll yet? No. We have to get rid of consolidated corruption of the faith. For that we need the... Yeah, maybe we just bite the bullet and just pay for this for now. Black Plague's gone from our lands. Barely has time for 2 games to be knowledgeable at. Yeah, it is difficult to, like, try and be knowledgeable about multiple games simultaneously. Isn't percent research really good, though? The problem is it gets diluted pretty heavily. Percent research is a strong modifier. We're currently getting a little bit from here. Every single institution you embrace gives you 5% additional research. So as a modifier, it gets smaller and smaller in terms of impact as the cost of research goes up. Maybe we don't want to be spiritualists. I should have really thought that through before we flipped, though. Or before we gave out spiritualist stuff. Because if we want to push humanist, that's like a task. Alright, maybe we low tax the clergy. Looks like the common folk, the clergy, the burghers, yeah, we need to get some more satisfaction in this bitch. I think we pull it back to 0. Let's do that. And then give out this. And then we should be back up high legitimacy reasonably quickly, and then we could revoke some of the stuff. But we probably want to start our war before we revoke. 2 authority per month. Yep. You show new trade parameters and trade UI. I actually haven't personally looked at the trade UI very much, but let's maybe try and set one of those up. Currently we're exporting silver, so trade offers. Let's say we always want to export fine cloth. And so let's put it in. And so this is a locked-in trade capacity. They'll always trade fine cloth. Some is being sent to Kiev, and it will just automatically find the best route. They gutted sound tools. Sound tools were like too strong. Are you playing the new update? Yes. Took a break when Slay the Spire come out. Home to play some Vic 3 sometime soon. Yeah, I would. I really like the Vic 3 patch in terms of the long-term health of the game. It was not the smoothest rollout for them. Son of a bitch. This is why you have a normal thing. The thing is like, yeah, I don't know. I think people like get overly mad about bugs on release, and it's like missing the big picture. And I think that patch is going to be really good long term, but people seem just generally very upset based on my comment section. Are you going to change the market capital to Smyrna? Maybe. The thing is, like, having enough market access in Constantinople is actually hyper important because so much of our economy is going to be there. Like, it's already worth... it has more wealth than our gold province at the moment. And more than Smyrna, but it's not, like, way more than Smyrna, so... But these are giving just enormous amounts of money. We're also... We don't have the price collapse on that, huh? Collapsing masonry is kind of a pain in the ass, though. Alright. Cost of court is going to go down in just a little bit, so we're mainly just trying to push to 95, after which we'll completely kill the slider. That saves us having to build a spy network. This is why we pay for stab, so we can declare the wars, and we're gonna need to click a bunch of buttons that take a bunch of stab. We'll actually also... Ah! We can push innovative, that'll help a lot for institutions. Gonna take a hot minute too. Let's do that. .5 ducats is not a lot. I wonder if that just scales now. Looks like the general we were using died. Alright, one more month of paying for stab. Or for legitimacy. Alright. Let's get rid of the clergy one first. I guess tolerance of true faith doesn't really matter right now, but we don't want the... we want to show off some of the stuff. And that's getting in the way. And the minus prod ethic is also annoying. Circle back. Gotta be one of the worst ruler stats you've seen? Yeah, but you have seen him. He is a ruler. Paradox needs early access for DLC, so users know it's buggy on release. But I don't think that, like, widespread early access. I understand that this is something that people want, especially the people who just play a lot of the game anyways, and they don't mind the bugs too much, because they're just like, well, if we get to report stuff and then it's smoother on release. But like, I think they sell fewer copies. You know what I mean? And like, strategically, they're not going to do something that doesn't involve them selling more copies, if that makes sense. Did this guy at the very least stay Greek, right? Looks like he stayed Greek. Is he assimilating? Yeah, it's not... yeah, he will be assimilating. Alright. Let's just full annex this guy. Let's do a thing. Do you have any Crown Power characters now that are of age? Nope. Didn't think so, but... they're not the primary, right? Yeah, they're not. It's the other guy. So we'll give these 3 locations to him. And then... oop, let's take more maps off the Ottomans. We can't take the maps. No, no. Whatever will we do? Take his money. We also, so here the thing is the rise of the Turks situation will also cause Ottomans to very likely be vassalized by another one of these guys, and so by keeping the claims of the Ottomans kicking around, plus we like to have them as a pet. This is primarily Greek, though. Maybe we just incorporate this. We're just not going to have control there for a while. But maybe that's fine. What's the best as Japan and Vic 3? Mercantilism or protectionism? Oh, I don't know. I think in general I prefer protectionism. Going to zero stab is dream scenario? Yeah. A pipe dream. Is the new DHE viewer in this update? Yes. And it's searchable. And can also do this. And let's see. So we haven't missed any. We could do not yet happened. So, for example, we need art schools before 1400 if we want to trigger this one. So that might be something we would otherwise miss, a brilliant center of learning. Or we can make someplace a town for cheapsies. Selling less copies means they have less resources to continue development, so it's not good for the consumer. It's, yeah, I mean, it's complicated because it's a for-profit company, so it just means they might also extract less, but you, of course, just return. Consumers should be entitled to knowing exactly what they're purchasing, a vague gamble of whether it works as advertised or not. This is fair. I mean, I think that I do love your Ottoman, but more like a pet to me. I do love your mom, but she's more like a pet. Is that either Invincible or Guardians of the Galaxy? Do you have okay relations with Europe? That's actually maybe a thing to check. How much do they hate Hellenism? Minus 50 is big. Europe kind of hates our guts. This transition to Hellenism is almost certainly premature, but do want to show off the things. I am thinking about heating up some food and coming back in like 2 minutes. A steak? That would be fantastic. That's not something I just like have in the fridge. Also, like, watching me eat with a knife and a fork would be like... I guess it's not against the rules, but that's just like a weird vibe. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that ish. Yeah, this guy's converting. It's all Greek to me. So what we'll do is we'll feed him like... I think that it's like 3 to 4 provinces is how big you want your subjects to be now. Empress has like an event that just like completely bricks them. Let's see if we can just get something done though. They do have claims. Do we have any... Not that we could declare a war. Oh, we have... We use Parliament to get claims on this. Yikes. Oh, my kingdom for the auto-expand mod, though. It's still a decent rate. Let's try and get our masonry under control, though. And here's the thing. Normally, we would look around and be like, oh, you know, there's a clay province. We're going to put masonry there. Not today. A bunch of our laborers are dead. If you put... Like, this is a stone province. If we put masons here, the pop promotions are going to be so god-awfully slow, we will, like, never... It'll take forever to replenish the RGO from the Black Plague and also do this, this thing. So, generally speaking, you want... What we're going to do with our masonry early on here, as a result of qualifications... being ungodly slow unless you already have a big population. You have pop growth of... Okay. Let's back up. The laborers grow into laborers. And so we get more laborers from being born and having social status. But the pop promotions just in general are a lot slower. If we take a look at the laborers we're getting here... Actually, it's not even that many being born. Pop promotions still feel a lot slower, though. I was expecting to see a much bigger portion of them being born. But we're gonna... The point I'm making is that we're gonna be expanding in there. And here. We're gonna do that. Because now we're guaranteeing the masonry, basically. And also, the... the megalopolis, basically... Instead of plus 100 from a city, we get plus 200. So we have way more room for this. Let's uncork this as well. Not even 40, that's the content I'm here for. Does Hellenism get unique advances like other religions? Let's take a look. I actually haven't even looked at this. Oh, 45 advances. That's a number that's bigger than 0. So, let's take a look. Tolerance of true faith. Alright, alright. Monthly religious influence. That's something we're into. More tolerance of true faith. Oh, Kurt. Now, this... so, generally speaking, when you see... In terms of reading this, the advances... When you see a series of when you see a series and then it starts over, what this means is these first 3 are country specific, and this one says Bulgarian, so a little bit of, but it also says Orthodox Patriarchate. But this requires Bulgarian. All right. There's some strangeness there. No, there's indeed some very, very strangeness. Alright. Because this is actually just telling us the Orthodox stuff. All's not right in the state of Denmark. Let's see if we can save and reload. Shows all the stuff that requires Orthodoxy? Yeah. Is it the thing where it just, like, layers both of them on top of each other and shows both? Or is there just not Hellenism tech? I mean, I assume most of the Hellenism stuff to come more on with the, here you can see the end of our first 50 video. This is because Bulgaria's head of the Patriarchate? Yeah. This might be it. Ecumenical Patriarchate. New start dates are fluff because no one's using it more than once. I think maybe a new start date, like 250 years in, could be interesting. Okay. We see 9 advances. See, there we go. Save and reload. Fixes it. Post Olympiad modifier, max literacy. Maybe pick that up. Tolerance to true faith. Omen strength 10%. That'll be nice. Life expectancy. Religious influence. It's probably good. Select good omen. Select omen god cost. Definitely want that to be cheap. So that'll be good. Nothing? Well, that's like kind of a big modifier, but nothing too insane looking. Wasted dev time on the new start dates. That's kind of what I think, just in general, but a lot of people want the new start dates. I don't know. It's like a lot of things that the devs are like... The devs are 100% willing to listen to people and change their mind on things, because we're seeing like a lot of things that, to me, seemed like the devs were not going to go for that type of thing, and now they're going for it. Like, new start dates being one of them. Are we still max paying for the stab? Yeah, we are. Oh, I guess we lost our modifier. We lost our, like, 20-year modifier? Is that right? The amount that I've kind of liked gaining is about half a legitimacy, so we'll pay for enough to get half a legitimacy. I think we have 2 more things to revoke. This one's kind of a big deal. I think we want to start a war and then revoke this. Max tax and import and export efficiency, trade income, it's like pretty rough. Would you be playing EU5 if you didn't have mechanics like in Vic 3? Would you start playing EU5 if it didn't have the mechanics like in Vic 3? I don't know what this means. I don't understand the question. New start date 1 year after Black Death is over? EU4 had different start dates, never touched again, total waste. That's what I think. I think, I think sometimes people are, sometimes there's a very vocal minority who wants a particular thing, and they say that they want it over and over, and, the perception that a majority of people want this becomes, or a large amount of people want this is easy to have. This is one of the reasons I run polls, is because people who comment in comment sections aren't necessarily a representative sample of the player or of my viewers, right? People who comment on Reddit and the forums aren't actually a representative sample of the player base. They are a portion of the player base that is generally just way more dedicated and like this type of thing. And the insertion of a new like start date, I imagine, is something that they would want at like a higher rate. So like polls are less friction than commenting because you get to remain anonymous and you generally get better participation on polls than you do that. But even polls are not a representative sample. Like if I were to start a poll, do you like polls? Right? I almost certainly would get a disproportionately high people responding that they like polls because people who don't like polls just wouldn't engage with it. And my concern is like when changes come into play because there's a vocal minority and it's not necessarily changes that people want. You know what I mean? You should never trust people on Reddit. Big true. Which is by the way, that is a Reddit joke. Why don't you like the polls? Not like this. Polls with no joke answer? What will lead to? The poll itself is a joke, though. In that case. But we are getting closer to the religious aspect now that we've revoked that thing. So how much are we gaining? 0.14? Yeah, okay. We're being able to do one of these. We're soon gonna get our loot box. Did we lose our CB? We lost our CB. Son of a bitch. And now it's just the 2 big people. This is Thessaly's claim, I think. Yeah, maybe we do that one. How much is it for us to revoke this? 60. It will go down if we ramp up the bureaucracy that's currently giving a bunch of noble power. Could also revoke this bureaucracy, but if we do this, the noble power goes down. So currently we're making 15 ducats. We probably won't lose quite as much after the update, yeah. So what this did is it decreased these guys' power slightly and increased crown power as a consequence. Let's break even on that now. Now that it's over 2, we can roll the parliament for it again. This is an example of very nice QOL change, though. You now have automated minting setting you at 0. I completely blanked out on what I wanted to do. Holy. So regard to how much money we have, want to spend it? I know we want to start a war and then revoke. Oh, it was seeing how much we had. Yeah. So 17 crown power. Yeah. And it's down, and then these guys gain like 3 or 4%. Like in the 1.2 changes, I did. I am. I don't think it's... There's nothing where I'm like, holy shit, this fixes everything. Like, there's nothing super, super huge. I think that if you want like a big, it's like a big flavor pack biz thing, and so if you like biz and like this type of stuff, then it'll make a lot of sense to get, I think. Automated minting disallows inflation meta, which is not bad. I don't think the inflation meta is good. I mean, it's considerably worse now because you have to pay inflation on your sliders. Problem with later start dates is you play a country that's been mismanaged for centuries. Well, I mean, what do you think biz is? I mean, in a 1337 start date, you're playing a country that's been mismanaged for centuries. When you click biz, you know, you're being like, oh, you know, let's start this. Oh, we gotta... This guy integrating again. Soon. We also have so many cabinet actions. See, the thing is like, pushing values is really strong, and, like, strengthening government and stabilize country are, like, generally kind of strong. When you have all of these together, it, like, or, like, once you have, like, your 3rd cabinet slot, then integration also gets a lot better. Alright, we built some masonry. Can we check? Do we have a price collapse? No, we do not. Price collapses also just seem a little bit harder to achieve. We'll expand this regardless of not having the price collapse. Let's come in here. And pin some stuff. Glass. Glass in particular also has a lot of pop demand now. How do we want the markets eventually? We'd like to be able to make claims, so we'll probably do this next. Do you actually find the Byzantines challenging? No. No, like, not even, like, we're already, like, cruising. And we, like, punted pretty hard. Like, I think swapping Hellenism, like, this early is, like, probably not even good. Although Hellenism's insane, maybe it's actually insane. I think it doesn't quite make sense, because it, like, removes a lot of Diplo tools with minus 50 relations. That's a pretty big hit. Right, import controls. If I recall correctly, this one wasn't too crazy. So much monthly control, holy shit, what? I mean, monthly control is not a very strong modifier, but that's so much of it. Irrigation projects. Sea trade efficiency is good. There's another monthly control, like infinite. What? What is this? I mean, it's not like a strong modifier, but it's so much of it. Kind of tempted to go support the state. And that this might be our time to shine. And revoke the privilege. How much is it, the revocation here? Yeah, so almost certainly we can make this cheaper than 60. So we start the war. And then we get this under 50. Now that's up to 21%. Bureaucracy. Get rid of our negative modifier there. To this guy's power. Which will decrease the revocation cost. Oh my god. You guys can hear a fan? Not like this. Oh, we didn't lose it. Alright, cool. Lose a rotten borough. Yeah, let's do that. But now we should be able to revoke for under 50, yeah? Yeah, for 40. Cool. Start this war with Athens. Follow through on threats. One day we'll have a reasonable amount of stab, but it's not today. We'll also give this out before they can get upset, and now that we've revoked the thing we don't like, Noble Navy as well. Which will make our parliament smoother. Increase entrenchment of what? Imperial Senate. It's not the worst. How are we doing on complacency? Yeah. We're not getting very much guys from these. Not much sense. Alright. get after Athens. How are the changes with the economic specialization in Megalopolis? I do think that you will want to massage it. There's really not a tremendous amount of these, but I think more of them get unlocked with tech. I have to check. You think, do you actually find Byzantines challenging, or would it be hard for the average player? I mean, if the average player just, like, watches, like, a roadmap that involves just, like... I think that, like, you can give someone a 2-sentence explanation that just makes it easy for everyone. Like, I don't think it requires, like, skillful, like, you know, an aged type of, knowledge base, you know? I don't think it requires anything too terribly crazy. I think that, beating up the Ottoman, so here's my quick take on it. You improve relations with the Karamanids and the Retinids, and then you just beat up all of the other Turkish beyliks for money. And we led with a no-CB. I think the no-CB is pretty solid for getting rid of the loans really quick and kind of fixing stuff up, and then you just, like, pay for nothing until then. And, yeah. Do you want to keep the cap on Constantinople or the market? Well, for quite a while, at the very least, we will want to keep it on Constantinople. The thing is Constantinople is a really awful market location, but it's about coverage to some extent, where you have strength otherwise. Well, if our wealth is overwhelmingly in Constantinople, then it makes sense, right? Are you playing on hard difficulty too? No, but I could start playing on it. Is it Zeus Hellenism or Jupiter Hellenism? My guess would be Jupiter. Let's not get stack wiped and then lose the war. Alright, we've gotten all of our gain for them. I think we're gonna do this. I think we kind of want to get rid of this guy anyway. So passing this is maybe not super important. We can decrease entrenchment on the Themata, which we don't like. And then that means we'll get less penalty when it's low, and then we'll lower it. Also cheaper to revoke. Taxes come in. Was this bad for us? I don't think it's bad. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Let's slow things down a bit. Maybe chill out. But we're gonna get a ton of war score with them. One of the things is, like, it allows us to go after other stuff easier. Like getting a foothold in Sicily is maybe something we're into. Naples already rival us. The Hellenist countries is gonna cause us issues. The Hellenist countries modifier. Currently antagonism slow though. If you're not using it, you're losing it, basically. But we do need 50 to do the things. Loud minority on the start dates topic. I always remember the players are right about problems but wrong about solutions. Yes, I think this is one of those cases, but Tinto definitely listens to people. I think they listen to him too much, but that's... look, if you have a bias towards listening to people a lot or listening to people too little, that means you're going to make mistakes of a particular kind. And so I think Tinto really listens to people. So that means that when people have feedback and it's good feedback, the changes get implemented really quickly. But also when people have bad feedback, sometimes the change we didn't need, for example, is like estates just getting gobs and gobs of cash for a lack of control. Who's this handsome fellow, basically? Guy Fieri's son? One-way ticket to Flavortown. We still have to revoke one more, right? Yeah, this one's also maybe should have been more of a priority. We don't have enough legitimacy. Or stab, for that matter. But we're barely short on the stab. I think we maybe don't start it because we are still interested in conducting war. Geneva. We don't know what Geneva's, what does their alliance matrix look like? Very forgiving for us. Alright. Oh, we don't have enough. Buddy Max spent the swag slider. Alright. We're catching up. But we have to read fewer messages, though. Lambert said that anyone using the Byzantine Empire is dead to him. Yeah. What else should we call it? The Upper Roman Empire? Because it is higher altitude than Rome? We can play as the Upper Roman Empire. No, I mean, it's just clearly... Lambert and I feel completely different about this. This is not... This is Byzantium. Okay? This is not Rome. This is me taking off my clown makeup for the correct take. Byzantium should be Biz because of how language works. Where, like, the meaning of words is how they use them. Is how they are used, basically. If you say Rome, nobody ever thinks about the Byzantine Empire shortly before the fall. Also, we don't own Rome, but just fundamentally speaking, as a descriptor, calling this Rome is just like, you give people very much the wrong impression if you use Roman to refer to this. New bookmarks, as they phrase them, were in 1.6 and beyond section, so I don't think there'll be an updates there for a while. I think so as well, because they have to check pop and all this everywhere. Is the expansion slower now? No. We don't own Rome. Zooms into Naples. To be fair, they don't own Rome either. My bad. My bad, dog. To be fair, Naples doesn't own Rome either. Did I stutter? Alright. A little silliness by me. Can this guy... Oh, this is Harbor Volta, yeah. That was on us. I was like, can our subject annex this guy or what? Silliness by me. They're gonna add raising of buildings and wars? Oh, maybe that's what the big gold, like, gain is. Because sometimes you get, like, a shitload of gold occupying a place. Alright, this is what I'm talking about. This is pod racing. So we have mostly collapsed price here. We're gonna do some of that. We're gonna do 6. Do we want to click more buttons? Do we have another decent war we could start? We could go in on Albania. I don't think we're doing too hot against Naples unless we make a standing army. But I think the answer's kind of no. So let's get rid of this. When we have a chance. Yikes. Oh no, we don't have enough stab anymore. -90. I'm very much not used to running this much of a negative stab. Let's start bringing this guy over. Is Hellenism strong? Hellenism's insane. We're trying to get to the place where we could showcase it. We need to get enough influence to be able to click this button. Alright. I wonder if we're supposed to swap theocracy, actually, even. Because I think that would allow us to leverage it better. Oh, baby. So what, we just ask for, like, the fort here? This is the funniest one, is just transferring like this. We're not, well, actually, we're not that far off of it. I don't think they have claims. I don't know what else we want to take yet. I think we'll see where the siege winds up and freeing up this in terms of where we are war score wise and what we can maybe do. We're not landing them because we don't have a fleet, so. But after all is said and done, what are we looking like? Also, let's maybe think through this a little bit. I think Owen strength is something we're into. Pop promotion speed. Or estate sat. Probably estate sat. How good is half of food decay? I actually don't know. I think we're gonna go with this. Oh, it costs us 10 stab. Jesus Christ, man. Holy. Oh. I like don't think it's wrong to be clicking these buttons too. Let's make the crown prince. Let's castrate him. No. Oh, we forgot to put ourselves in charge of that. Huge leak. What are we doing with ourselves? Like, actual terrible. Alright, so I don't think we're gonna get too much more war score than this. I mean, we could wait. We actually have ticking war score. We will get more war score than this. Get another 16. Are we supposed to release a random subject over here? It's so silly. Like, I feel like chat doesn't like it when we do shit like that. Like, your distance to your subject's not really that important, so... This is kind of clean. Right? Didn't want to transfer all that. Did I shift clicked? Oh no. I just wanted to transfer the one location. Oh, it's left click, right click, not shift click. Oh my god, I'm silly. I mean, it's not our core, so I guess we don't hate giving him a province. Okay, but at any rate. How bad do we like the gold? Probably not as much as this guy is vassal. To eventually be annexed. You showed him the AI conquest desire? Sure, map mode? Sure. I haven't even taken a look at this, so... Also don't have it bound, otherwise I would have taken a look at it. Huh. You'll show your own country. Oh, you know what's sick? The new river map mode. Been updated to show major river differentiation. This is giving local dev growth 25%, pop cap 50%, and supply or food. Way bigger effect. So being along the major rivers is now much more important. Makes a big difference. Is Helen? Yeah. What state do you hail from? Technically, I was born in Illinois, but like I was there for like a month when I was a small child, and by child I mean newborn. Did Mercs get nerfed? Yes. They're more expensive. Oh, Prousa gets 25%. Oh, that's strong as hell. And they're the outlets, so they get 25% natural harbor suitability. I think normally they don't have, yeah, that's entirely from the river. Negative stab's not real, I can't hurt you. Yeah, it's kind of bad. It's kind of bad. Kind of okay though. It's like it's really harsh on the. It's like really bad on this. Not like this. We have something we can hand out. I don't think we have anything we can hand out. We could protect the faith of common people actually, but we're not gonna do that. God, everyone's so mad. We maybe. Oh, suddenly they don't accept. Suddenly they're like, this is a terrible idea. Because they would battle. What are you doing, my guy? Maybe we should have done that when we had a chance. They're doing it based off blockades? Because they're moving around boats? It's also maybe too much antagonism. Yeah, we actually don't want that much antagonism right now. Almost don't want to take anything off Sicily, though, until we can release Sicily as its own subject and use them to have their cores, though. Is there a world where we could land Sicily and full annex them? Probably not. I think this is the play chat, but I don't think anyone likes it. Why is stab still low while legitimacy is full? We're doing a lot of things that take stab hits. War exhaustion? He's mad with power, he wants to eat the boot. Alright, I think we're gonna go with this. And now we're gonna do a move. Pro gamer move. Just kidding. We're not gonna do a pro gamer move. I forget where that is in the UI. We want to transfer this subject to them. Is it economy actions? Yeah, we need a diplomat. Alright. Oh, Kurt. We want to transfer subject. Salona. How much you give us? 10 ducats, alright. Now the hope is that they integrate them. And the big thing is that integration now has 200 base cost, which is roughly the equivalent of like 4 provinces of rural stuff, or something like this. The reason you don't codify laws as soon as you get them, sometimes you just like... Sometimes I don't want to think through the thing. And that's what it is sometimes. So sometimes it's that none of them are good. We actually probably want tolerance of heathens, though. But the question is I'm actually unsure whether we want to go spiritualist or humanist. The thing is you can't use guys to culture convert that easily. Tolerance of heathens would be good right now for us. That's one of the reasons we have shit satisfaction. I guess for now, at the very least, we want kind of tolerance of heathens, and maybe we push humanist. But you are correct. It also costs gold, but it's like marginal. Did I click the wrong one? Holy shit, I think I clicked the wrong one. No, I didn't. Okay. I'm losing it. And then we have to do this one. Oh, can we build slave centers now? Hey, we're making slaves, brother. We're making slaves. Let's go. We don't have slave rating, so... Right? There's no way they gave us slave rating. I have the notification for it turned off, but... Alright. It's almost time for our loot box, chat. So what are we doing? Yeah. We need to do this on cooldown stat. And now we can click the button. For Zeus, we will choose an omen. Oh, and it pushes our values too? I guess we have to go spiritualist. Spiritualist required, actually. Mandatory. Alright, our omens are gonna be shit because our ruler sucks. If only there was a way to fix that. Yeah, if only there was a way to consistently kill your ruler in the early game. Weird. Okay, loot box time, chat. Give me your energy. Hello, journalists. Why do you have minus 90 stability? We don't worry about that. We don't talk about that. We clicked a lot of buttons that use stab. We revoked a bunch of privileges. Some of our content requires it, swapping to Hellenism, and so, well, yeah, we'll fix it in post. What do we get? All right. Wow, that would have been useful to know that we could roll that, huh? It's a crazy modifier too, because I think you could get that to like 0. Woo! Let's save actually. Oh, 0 cost revocation. Okay, we could get crown power. We could get monthly legitimacy. By the way, the base value is 25. I guys just a moron, so this would be way better. Minus 50% revoke privilege cost though. All right, our Zeus omen. Now, how much is this revoke? Unless it's revoke efficiency, which it should be, but. What? Is this an overflow issue? Or is there a cap? There's a cap. The cap's 10%. You're a great guy. Keep the content up. Thank you, thank you. The math ain't mathin'. It's capped at 90%. Yeah. I still think we do it, but this is so silly, huh? Alright, are there any we want to get rid of, like, anywhere else? Because they're ungodly cheap. I think we start with the... Yeah, we start with this minus max tax on these boys. So, someone was asking, why do you have no stab, generalist? This is why we have no stab. They can't lose any satisfaction if they don't have any. Think, chat. Think. Alright. Still good? Yeah, still good. Still good. You remember absolutism? Who needs absolutism to revoke and get rid of privileges? Who needs that shit when you have Zeus, master of Olympus? Spiritualist ones get rid of? Yep. We will have to wait to get below, like, to a more reasonable stab level. You're just insulting them for the fun of it at this point? Yeah. Wait, why does Crown Power reduce it so much? It shouldn't do it below 25, alright? So are we noticing a bug? I honestly don't have my finger on this pulse of this. If this has changed. We're chat, the thing you're asking us. It's impossible. Yeah, we're not starting war anytime soon though. Alright. Let's integrate more stuff. Actually, let's not integrate that. Let's pay for a little bit of Diplo. So we can actually gain some diplomats. We're doing the diplomats tech now. Quite the cooldown. That'll help out a bit. How bad are the Orthodox Zealots? That's real bad. Ugh. God, it's such a, like, it's just, like, completely overhauls what we can do. Like, we just assign and unassign at will. We could even assign stuff and be like, oh, it's not permanent, we just unassign it later. The fact that we get 5 flat spiritualist every time, though, I think makes it so that we want to go spiritualist. I'm not 100% sure, but... Could get rid of this. Probably not doing us any good now. Yeah, like, we could tax exemption them and then pull this back later. Break this back. Normally, that's not something you, like, are that into. We'll also probably get rid of some of the nobles one. That give, there's a couple that give, like, go against naval, and pushing naval's kind of hard. Where are the Ottomans? Right here. Still around. We say DLC is specific to Biz. It introduced some other stuff, and it's also like a ton of good QOL stuff, but I'd say it's mostly Biz. Kind of at a spot where we want the stab, man. I don't think I ever choose that option. Yeah, we're gonna... Poseidon does indeed demand a sacrifice. What are we gonna do about these zealots? Can slow them down. The thing is, our satisfaction is just turbo ass. That is why it is indeed turbo ass. Only we could put in another privilege for the commoners. We could just not tax them maximum, actually. They don't even give us, like, the highest tax amount. I think that uptick in money is because the legitimacy gets fully stacked. Let's just do this. We get whatever change we do in satisfaction, we get double that. In terms of location satisfaction. Like, not thinking with my brain right here. We need to do eco stuff. We still have the price collapse? We do. Let's finish expanding those and add some of these. And add several of these so that we can build merchant stuff easier. And then I think we put a governor down. We don't have... It's gonna be better in Smyrna, but we could just rebuild it. We don't have a road to Smyrna, so we can't put it down there. We could enable our mod that does that, but I don't think we will. Actually... Let's do this. It's right next to the gold, pretty solid. Or we're around them. Are you enjoying the new patch? I'm having a lot of fun. Both Vic 3 and EU5, I've had a lot of fun playing. Obsessive perfectionist. And I think part of that is because I tried to play a Dominions game, or I've been trying to play a game of Dominions. A multiplayer game of Dominions. And I have a ton of episodes recorded, but I can't release them until after the game's concluded, or I don't want to because it reveals information. And I think playing a little bit more variety has actually just made me also enjoy the games more. But it's also been really stressful because, like, I've been trying to... I have a family member who had major surgery that I've been helping take care of. Not, like, super involved for me, but, like, their stuff. It was way more involved earlier, and then I'm, like, trying to juggle 3 games right now. And I'm also, like, kind of pressed. Stressed, pressed, and depressed, but having a good time. If that makes sense. Hopefully it doesn't. Okay. Pilgrimage. You're gonna see some people's videos where, like, these things are even stronger than they are now. They've been, like, a lot of them nerfed. Hey, wow, wowza. Thank you for the €100, CGB Spander. Much appreciated, my guy. Holy. Thank you, thank you. Do you get wrecked in multiplayer? I'm not going to talk about how I'm doing. We'll not talk about it until the game's over. Thank you, thank you. So very much, my guy. That is a lot of money. That is a lot of money, indeed. I think that's the biggest dono I've gotten in a while. Thank you so very much. Whale Baron in chat. Casual €100 drop. Yeah, hopefully that wasn't clicking an extra 0. Is Hellenism actually viable? Not only is it viable, it's maybe the best religion in the game. I don't know, the most powerful one of these just got nerfed into the absolute ground, but oh, we can see what we can roll. We can see what loot boxes we can get. Alright, let's take a look through. Where are the Ottomans? They're right there. Yeah. We no CB'd them at the opener. So this used to be flat control. It used to give +10 flat control. Hoping the patch keep going has definitely made my enjoyment of the game more. Yeah, prestige, but you roll. Crown power is solid enough. This is the one we currently have, the Liberator, giving us revoked privilege costs. Food production. Clergy, estate stat, and max tax together. That's pretty solid. And I think this is, what's the base roll? This is showing us, with our poor administrative ability, what it is. The base for this is basically 50% higher, right? We just have shit admin ability. King of all basically means you don't pay for legitimacy, but we're already not paying for that ish. Diplo rep. And like 4 Diplo rep is so much. Okay. And you can see we have expires in 9 years. So we can have multiple of these on at one time. And specifically like Pilgrimage, a 5-year cooldown giving us 25 juice plus however much juice we're getting from this is helping us. Probably other sources that we can lean into. Maybe we should have... Well, we're not revoking this now, but we wanted to see the additional omen, and then this is giving us extra omen length. And then Aphrodite. 0.1 population growth. That's quite a bit. So if you have someone who's actually skilled, 0.2 pop growth, yeah, everywhere. That's actually nerfed. The number was bigger before. Estate satisfaction 5%. Pop promotion speed. Founding city, town, and megalopolis, right? These are discount modifiers still. So that's kind of insane. you roll this and then you just build a bunch of cities for free. You play Japan instead? No. We're not going to play Japan right now. I don't think they've fixed Japan. I guess I'm not... Or they have done some stuff for Japan, actually, this patch. I remember the patch notes. I think the patch notes they'll release tomorrow. And so tomorrow's stream we'll probably look through the patch notes. But let's continue looking through this. So these omens are just turbo insane. And just like... if you can have 3 up at a time, let's say... and you are likely to have 2 of them be strong omens, because there's, like, it's a loot box system, then you're still in really good shape. Maritime presence, kind of weak. 20% cav maintenance cost. Combined arms threshold. That's an interesting modifier. Hostile attrition? God, can you imagine how obnoxious just someone stacking 5% attrition in multiplayer would be? Because that gets more and more annoying the more of it you stack, I feel like. Monthly prosperity. So that means we have effects decreased, right? But just 20% prosperity. Very strong modifier. Basically. Because you can get like plus 100%. Assimilation speed, also strong. Galley power. Sea trade efficiency. So this is value moving overseas. Because that's been changed. Really do love that everything's becoming efficiency modifier instead of discount modifiers as well. Just in general. Logistics market attraction. Market attraction's a wild one because they'll just make a new market. There needs to be like market attraction's like almost a bad modifier. Army movement speed plus 20%. So you can get plus 40% army movement speed? That'd be so obnoxious. Stab investment cost, here's another one. Discount modifier, you stack enough of it, like, just makes that slider free. Not that paying for the slider is that good. Cell efficiency, that's a lot. 5% efficiency, so 10% trade efficiency is an insane one. They have the issue. Did they fix the issue with the situation basically breaking the player for the Yamato Dynasty? I think they have. I'm not sure. It's in the. They talked about it in one of the dev diaries. I can't remember what they said though. Is it possible to make insanely strong horses? I mean, we're getting to the God of War. Army maintenance modifier minus 15%. It's pretty strong, but if it's inconsistent, that's like gonna be weird. Heavy infantry power plus 10% or 15% base because we have minus 33% right now. You could get multiple hostile attrition modifiers. Oh Jesus. That one's way smaller for whatever reason. 10% discipline. A lot of his are just kind of bad, though. Like, combat speed's not a good modifier. Combat speed actually might be an actively negative modifier. Ship capture chance. Alright, and then Athena. More attrition. Prod efficiency is good. Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting thing which ones of these are the best to try and roll. We just rolled Zeus. Jesus Christ. 20% frontage is fucking insane. You imagine rolling it with 40% because you have plus 100% omen strength? If you have like 4 and 9 to roll the possibility of going that. Don't need stab anyways. Hellenism cracked? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hellenism might be the best religion, even though Is Hellenism better than Norse? It's like, slave raiding's good, but is it that good? We really need the Orthodox Zealots to not be in the capital, I feel like. If we lose the capital to the Revs, this is like super scuffed. Is there a way for us to tell which ones are the ones in here? Okay. It's not a lot. Greek Orthodox burghers, though. Are the burghers the big driver of this? Yeah, there's Satisfaction's ass. Let's do this. Yeah, we just made everyone else more pissed. The non-burgers. They're not gonna hit the leave threshold. 2.5 dev for 21 gold. I wonder what the leave threshold is for us. Balance the budget is a good one. We already reduced it to 0 for the... State sat recovery. I mean, maybe this just balanced the budget. Was hoping for something that gave us burger satisfaction recovery while it's like ticking. Let's take a little bit of a save. Things might go sideways a little bit here. The super safe thing to do would be to hire mercs right now for the Rev, for dealing with the Rev. We're gonna see what this means for us in terms of what we keep. If we like lose everything, then we're not gonna let it pop like this, but I know that like whether or not they flip is not guaranteed. It's based on like a mixture of stuff. And we're really cranking out the money now. So this is not a tolerable rev. Which, yeah. We have to specifically kill the revs in the capital. This is maybe a long-term issue. Or like a long-term leak where maybe we needed to actually religious convert in the capital as quickly, like ASAP. Just give them Mars open with slave raiding? Yes. What could possibly go wrong? Did I miss that? Did they have that? 300,000 pops left? No, that was like our entire nation that left. Oh, that's... Yeah. We had... Yeah, so we can't let it pop in that fashion. What tools do we have left? I mean, we could just hire a bunch of mercs before it pops. We also keep the regulars. I'm not sure that'll be enough. We might be able to make these guys leave. If we're gonna have the rebels pop, we might as well revoke this. The really annoying part is that they're gonna get the Theodosian walls and all this. It's gonna be forever to siege them. Oh, is this just uber scuffed? So, because we can't like recover everything quickly unless Constantinople's with us. Oh, this might just be turbo scuffed. I might have like bricked the run. Delete the Theodosian walls? Yeah, I think we could rebuild them, but we can't delete them because there's Rev. Just the base. Oh. Are we just dead? Because the thing, well, we can siege it with mercs. Oh yeah, maybe it's mercs. God, that's gonna be real expensive. Like, we have to do loans and everything. God, that sucks. I think that only affects our levy support, not the future guys. Oh, interesting. Doesn't want to do it all the way. It can't pop if you're at war? You're right. They can't pop if you're at war. Oh, we also already have levies raised. Do we just win with the levies? We might just win with the levies, too. I didn't even notice that we had levies. Oh, we can't start a war because we're negative 71 stat, actually. I think they didn't fix that? Okay, well then... Alright. We want to do this immediately so that they can't raise out of Constantinople. Just kidding, this was all very straightforward. It was almost, like, terrible. No sport, yeah. The fleet master himself. We're just gonna stand on Constantinople here. Carpet siege here. Turns out Stab wasn't overrated. Nah, Stab's still overrated. Stab's still overrated. Confirmed, Stab's still awful. Wow. You couldn't pay me to take stability as a modifier. We are hemorrhaging troops, though. Chill out, dude. These guys are gonna be helpful, huh? Not primary culture is the issue with the levy size there. Not Teamer. Some anxiety there. Anxiety's just a number, chat said. Oh, is this bug still around where you can upgrade the fishing boats? We won't abuse. Okay, it's making us keep the fishing boats, then maybe we do abuse. We will take this guy out of the army because currently this gives them power. Can we not remove the general? Yeah. And we'd just rather not award power there. Was never in doubt as to how that would turn out. Whoops. Forgot to rake that back. That's actually kind of bad. Why are we losing so much money? What's going on? Does it need to have a think as to how much taxes we actually generate? We just have no control anywhere? We have no control anywhere. Holy shit. Where's that 5 free control a month change when you need it? Holy. Alright. Let's not pay for the stab. Why are we making no money, chat? Sunni one's next. Pop satisfaction reset. Alright. Is there a good way for us to... One said prosperity resets. Is there at least one of these that we want? Not this one, that's for sure. Alright, we could eat this for a couple months. I think our income's gonna dramatically or rapidly increase as we get the control back in Byzantium, so it's kind of okay. Alright. $10 monthly control? Can you imagine 10 monthly control right now? So good. Why are you not converting through cabinet actions? Because you get a lot of flat conversion eventually. Stuff will convert on its own. But I think in retrospect, maybe converting specifically in the capital province would have made sense. Nobility literacy actually being useful for once. I mean, that makes sense. Just like punished by a mechanic that makes sense. Like, all the sense in the world. What do we even get from this? We'll try that out just to try it out. Oh my god. But not right now, because obviously money issues. What happens if you have mercs on location that flips rebel? I think they get black flagged, but I'm not 100% sure. We're gonna pilgrimage. We need more money to pilgrimage better. I actually think that these things are so powerful it might even be worth taking a loan to pilgrimage. We'll just not pay cost of court to avoid the other part. When do we get to... Oh, we get to spin it again. We get to spin it, chat. I think that Aphrodite seemed like the next best one. Oh, I forgot we also want to kill our ruler, so let's keep him out. Alright, we ready for our loot box? Is it loot box time? Good night, gotta go. See you, Happy Chef. Tolerance of heretics and heathens actually nice right now. That cost is so low, it's just prestige. So, I mean, clearly we're picking Harmonizer. Alright. But, it's a little timely on that one. Tolerance of heretics and heathens up. Do we have any other crown characters? We want to swap to polygamy. Oh, they're too old. Yeah, that's... the income's fixing itself real quick. This will also just like increase on its own, but okay. Let's make a spy network on them. Hopping in after work, any news of regulars or stomping levies via leftover multipliers? They still do pretty good, from what I could tell, but I haven't done a massive regular army yet. I've done like, this is like effectively like the third start as Biz. Kind of what I've done is several Biz starts. And haven't gotten to the point where a standing army really makes sense. And mercs are really expensive for them. So I've been mainly using levies. Kind of, but it's the province. I think we're into just getting religious influence whenever possible, because these things are so strong. think this one we want to pull. And then let's do that there. That works. We get a consort. Kind of annoying, get a legitimacy hit there, but I think we're fine. I'm gonna spend it to break even, I think. Do have to repay that loan eventually. That'll probably be the first thing we do. Nice. You see, it's nice, like, floating a little bit. Captain Cool, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. It's nice floating a little bit because you actually get positive benefit from the legitimacy events, but... Can Hellenist multi-wife? They can. We're gonna do that probably next thing. Start working on a stable of crown characters. Do we want to get rid of Themata? We need more stab to get rid of it. It's like 60 stab or something. Oh, usually we choose the other option there. But... Satisfaction's not too bad. Alright, we said we were going to click this to see what it does. I think this is probably not worth the religious influence, but we can do a province here. Revitalize an ancient Greek festival. Okay. Well, let's start with this one, I guess. We will get this festival. That's... wait, what? That for a year over 10 is not too bad, and this increases the prosperity. But the prosperity just decays down, but... the legitimacy for a year is kind of tight. I think it's still probably not worth, but... Coalition's gone. We still can't declare war until we get our stab up, so let's actually start reinvesting in stab. Unfortunately, stab is actually now getting expensive because we have neither a lot of Romanoi or hyper high amount, but the Traditionalist is no longer there as well. Let's do something like that. But, like, we need to get under 50 to declare war. So... still also recovering back up to 100 control. We haven't even built... we know we can build settlements too. We haven't even gotten on that yet. Feels like we're kind of like not yet kicked in. Well, stuff. Let's actually do one on the iron there. Is AI blobbing out of control? Like, no, AI blobbing hasn't been insane for a while. That got fixed, pretty soon after winter. Blob winter was a short-lived thing, but here we are, like, 10 years in, and we're the only one blobbing right now, kind of. What countries would you recommend be in Vic 3? I've been trying to New Granada, and I can't get a handle on it. I would recommend releasing Ukraine from Russia and playing as Ukraine. And this is not a political statement, although it is a political statement I would make. Because that's the largest country you have that has, like, no unique content going on. You have a bunch of laws and stuff you need to overcome. Orthodoxy is a little bit annoying, but you also have access to, like, kind of all your resources, and you're not, like, very vulnerable, and you can maybe make some moves and get decently strong in a kind of short amount of time. Cthulhu's Pigeon, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Belgium's still decent? Belgium's still decent. What's the lowest control you should build where the burger promotions are still worth the decrease in tax base? It depends on how much market access is there. If they're like market access is really low, then the number's higher. Right, because the stimulus is constant, right? The amount that it hurts your other industries scales, so it depends. The DLC is going pretty good. It is going pretty good. Oh, yikes, we don't need to pay for that. A lot of people playing Biz, mainly Biz-oriented. Hellenism is just turbo insane, though. I don't know who we want after this. I don't know which guys are the best ones to roll. I think Zeus is the best, but after that it's unclear. Boy, oh boy, did they, like, nerf the absolute strongest thing. Yeah, we maybe go Poseidon, Hermes. Athena seemed okay, too. We don't have enough religious influence anyways. We are running out on the Liberator, so I guess we're probably doing Zeus again. Next chance we get. Game says they never want us to declare war. That's fair. Whatever this is, we're gonna try and actually pass it. Whatever we roll here. Oh, did we finish our energy? We didn't. Okay, cool. Cool. Trade insurance screen. Huh. That's a new mechanic. Diplo's gotten some stuff. Yeah, this one's one of the insane ones. Yeah, we absolutely have to pass this. We're gonna fund artisan guilds unless something is just turbo insane. Look at this. 10 years. And local access raw materials, that's an additional 5% prod ethic. Absolutely insane. This is one of the more overtuned one of these ones that is new. Oh, we don't have enough juice to also switch the law and pass this and get taxes. No, we wanted to switch to our polygamy law. Okay, though, we get kind of some tax. Here's the point where low stab is actually really hurting us, because we would be getting way more tax here if it were not for that. Actually, hold up. Who's the heir? Can we actually start pushing this? Okay. Having your heir also in charge of a boat gives you more. Let's see. Okay. What's our trend? 0.48. Hot damn. Hot diggity damn. It's almost like we have one last tool to disco. Revoking this. Gives them a lot of power as well, and we will be able to progress towards 50 naval. Let's go! Now we just need more stab to be able to change our government reform. This is what hell is. Oh, I'm stupid. We revoked in a silly way. Should have max paid for this. We're not going to reload over that, but should have max paid for this bureaucracy to make the noble thing go away. Incidentally, revoking this. Yeah, cost stab. Athena has insane research speed? Maybe we do Athena. At what time does the patch drop? I don't know what time it drops tomorrow. I think I might heat up some food, though, and come back. Let's maybe... Yeah, that is... I think that might be the strongest one now, though. Possible frontage, flat 20%, up to, like, 40 if you have... That just allows you to bring twice as many, like, that allows you to bring so much more stats to the table. But I'm gonna heat up some food real quick and use the restroom. Stretch time. Alright, we're back in the room, chat. We have leftover pizza. It's like meat lover type pizza. I don't see any stretching. I forgot Hellenism also just has modifiers too. Good tolerance of heretics and heathens. Can work slaves with raw materials. This means we can import slaves too. How do we get slave rating and Hellenism is like the real question. Start out as Tunis. Tunis make Carthage. This is what we really should have played. Did we have tolerance of heathens in tech too? Tolerance of heathens, if you can stack a lot of it, is actually just really strong. Because it means you can, like, conquer whatever. I don't remember seeing tolerance of... Yeah. This religious influence is going to be big for being able to do multiple omens simultaneously. How are we doing on institutions here? Let's build libraries. Or a library in a couple spots, actually. Smyrna library. We'll build a library over there for helping with the institution spread. God, we're so poor for now. You just created some leftover pizza? You created some leftover pizza. Do you mean you heated up some leftover pizza? I think we want this. Well, we want the research progress. Can we preserve? Yeah, we can. Can also do this now. Pay for a little bit of this. Wow, why are we losing so much now? Yeah, long road till we can start another war here. But now, we can build our other library. The thing we're caring about here is institution growth. Specifically on, like, these port areas, which are going to get a little bit more anyway. This one has super fast institution growth. We can maybe show this. Or do they not start with it? So the Scolai privileges is kind of an interesting one. Because institution promotion, it gives flat institution promotion. So this is actually like kind of an insane modifier because it allows you to pull institutions or create institutions really quick. It otherwise is like kind of bricking the location, right? But maybe we actually run one of those out. Like, where has... Oh, this is Mediterranean stuff, so it'll be useful. Trying to think where we can place one of those to just get institutions a lot faster. Well, they already have some. They're too illiterate for it. Not like this. I transformed a whole pizza into 2 slices of life, so it was modern day alchemy. Very nice. Very nice. That's my well, I was about to say that's my type of transformation, but leaving only 2 is like, you gotta... So like... That's actually like a threshold in my head. And we forgot to make... Not that it matters that much. That's the threshold in my head where, like, 2 slices or less, you just have to finish the pizza. You can't take it home, in my head. Like, if it's more than 2 slices, you can take a box, but, like... At a certain point, it's like, you might as well finish it, you know? Are those location privileges unlocked through advances? This could be huge for the Americas. I think some of them are unlocked through advances. I know Florence has some, so maybe we could see on Florence. These are all advances, though. Is it on Tuscan? So here's urban right for Italians. I'm not sure I think it's good. I think Flanders is supposed to get some. What do they get it on, though? We could save and try and check it out. We agitate for liberty on Serbia and vassal Strinka. 50% you'll get the vassal for free. Yeah. I'm not sure it's worth the diplomats at the opener. Let's see if you can change. My guy, you have an 8K standing army? What is this? Okay, so it's that one. So we have Flemish cloth industry. Lubeck writes... Marketplace building levels plus 10 is a lot. And then we have the Flemish cloth industry. 25% trade capacity. I don't know if I think that's that good. Oh, the max building levels plus 5? Yeah, but having 2 random pieces of pizza in your fridge at 1 AM is manna from heaven. That's true. I can get behind that. It's like a present to your future self. But having 1 is like... not the same, you know what I mean? I don't know. EU5 seems so hard that I started playing EU4 again. I have too many hours to, like... EU5 has not felt hard for a while, for me. I think it's just like a reps type thing. Okay, but we're currently trying to have it come up. What institution do we have here? We have banking and Renaissance. Are we ahead of schedule? And we're pushing naval. This is amazing. In my other run, we like couldn't get the naval part figured out really. We just need to change the law to push the remaining like portion of it. I think this guy's already head of cabinet. To be fair, we could lose him. Is it enough to repay the loan? It is. Don't want that crime, power, malice. I can't get over how small the EU4 map feels now that I try and go back to it. Yeah, like every map feels absolutely tiny. Can't trust the merchants. Of course not. We also have this. I think they usually don't give us tribute unless we're huge. We're not quite that big yet. Carmenids seems like they should maybe even be the bigger one. Oh, is it time yet? Is it time yet to start sending money to our enemies? So the accumulation of favors, the metagame is gonna, for both assimilation and acceptance, accumulation of favors is going to be valuable because you can use those favors to improve cultural opinion. Oh. I did not mean to click that. I meant to click the other one, but that we were going to do that eventually. Alright, well this is the soup we're swimming in now. God, that feels really stupid. We do have to give them money, though, to get the favors. Not the initial few favors, but... Alright. Starvation coins are terrible. We're not going to go for them. We have gold. Actually, are they that terrible? See, the thing is, they currently use our gold. Our current one uses gold, but this gives us progress towards cap economy. And we actually have some amount of inflation. Yeah, screw it. We'll go with the starvation coin. You know who's not starving, though? Me, because we have 2 slices of pizza. Byzantine color shirt? Eh. Did they pass the patrol mission? No. This is our first bug splat. 5 hours in. Regarding performance. Golden Horde looks horrid. I see what you did there. The Golden Horde looks horrid. They usually do look horrid. Hey, if we're gonna have a bug spot, the time to do it is after we misclick to take a loan. That is the time to do it. Watch, we're still gonna have the loan. We're gonna have the loan anyway. Game starved to death, big true. Give me a second to finish my pizza too, which is nice. I have a somewhat limited sample, but yeah, the Horde has had issues every time that I've seen. It didn't completely die in my other run, though. They were just having problems. I mean, this should happen, to be honest. I don't think we want them to have that. Did they say that they were gonna... Can we say burger trades? Oh, that's cool. We can see all the markets, the supply and demand from all the markets in total within this region. It's worth our active trade. Were they losing money? We told it to always export one capacity worth. So we pay our loan first. Hey Nola, how's it going? How's colonization so far? I haven't gotten that far. Oh. Oh no. Or maybe oh yes. We've gotten to show off Biz a little bit, but I think that might be one of them run terminating ones. For the record, I have not encountered this once so far with the early access. And the early access has been relatively bug-free. But as we understand, sometimes you get bugs that just completely brick the run. And since this crash was at a similar time, this might be a bricked run. So we need to have the discussion of, if we are starting a new run, where would we like to play? I think we also got to show off a lot of the biz stuff anyways. And also how we think that you should start as biz. And we've now played it like 3 times, so I don't know if I necessarily want to have 2 deep parallel biz runs going anyways. People just voted for biz. I assume that people do not want to restart as biz. But if we crash again, we will need to have this, which I think we will. We need to figure out what it is we want to do here. What people are into. I think we'll go for this. Yeah. So the loan is the reason? Is it really? Loans are terrible. Loans are hell. Trade focus station with the new order mechanic. You could try and load a save further back. We could try this. 76% of poll respondents do in fact like polls. We'll leave that poll up, actually. I like that poll. 30th of May was the crash. We can try... Oop, that's not what we wanted. Yeah, it's 30th of May, you said. Just try to do a lightning poll here while we figure out what's going on. Look at our metrics. Okay. So we'll just like let her rip here. Can we not take the sergeantry off? Or sergeantry got deleted. That'll do it. Was it the low? Alright, I assume the general tenor will be people will prefer to continue biz. We didn't take the loan. Oh, we did take the loan. What could it be? Well, it seems like we're not crashing now. How many more hours till the DLC? Do we know when it drops? I think it's probably around 12 hours. What are we doing in terms of... Okay, pilgrimage time. Oh, wait. We need more money. We took a loan last time to pilgrimage immediately. Maybe that wasn't the play. We need more stab to declare that war. Yeah, we don't care about them. If we got a road... Oh, our governor got bricked too? Big sad. We'll rebuild it. Something else we wanted to do with the money though. Oh, that's not good. I'm blanking on that. We like just thought about what we wanted to do with money. I think the governor's probably more important than whatever the other thing was. Almost could declare war. Well, the fact that the local governor also buys the things that we're trying to produce is really nice. Silk is insanely, just an insane amount of tax base per level. Oh, this gives religious influence. Ah, that's what we wanted the money for. To run a bigger pilgrimage. If we get 24, we can renew the aspect right now. Let's wait and see if we have one that can do that for us. I wish these were ordered in some way other than alphabetical, because that does seem to be ordering. 24. All right, guys, chat. It's loot box time. It's loot box time. What we get, chat. This one's not as good. 6% max tax and satisfaction both. That's not going to yield us a lot of ducats. In fact, the clergy's not giving us ish. Clergy used to give more. What happened to you guys? Now we do have a shit ruler. But he's got an admiral trait, so we don't want to get rid of him yet. I think we take this one. So we opened up a not so good loot box. Did it get nerfed compared to his old death fight? Yeah, it got nerfed. Boy, it got punted. It was insane. This used to give 10 control. Or 5 control, flat control. Of which I was not a fan. I much prefer that it's not obscene. Perfect. Okay. We deck, then we swap. Because swapping is going to cost us stuff. It's going to cost us stab. Do we like this? Heavy cav maintenance costs. We could stack multiple of it. The cabinet seat's actually kind of alright. Thema headquarters, I don't think we're building. I think this building was interesting, but now it's just not very good. It does let you build a standing army in a way that other people can't, but can't quite really afford it. Oh, what's this? It doesn't automatically deslot. Well, that's... We want to go harbor administration. And okay. Let's see what else we can do. We can finish this for the satisfaction. Real quick. Can't really push that anymore. And we can push innovative. I think innovative is timely for us. Attrition, I think, is actually kind of okay. Wonder if you could stack minus 100% attrition. Like, things that no one's, like, considered because it's, like, not a thing before. Alright, what do we do? Byzantine infrastructure? Or let it develop naturally? Yeah, definitely want the infrastructure. Except you wait here. Rhodes is in it? Okay. Send the fishing boats this way. We will do this, and we have new options. We can intentionally fail to dev the interior, probably what we're doing. Yeah. Urban building cost discount's kind of nice, though, during the duration. Go polygamy. And taxes. Sounds like the name of a bad book. There's but two certainties in life. Polygamy and taxes. What do you think of Megalopolis as being capital only? I have mixed feelings about it as a constraint. Oh, we will not be able to actually go after the non-hospitalar, actually. They actually have a navy. Damn. You hate to see it. Or at least not right now, we won't. Yeah, I think we'd rather scaling dev. Gods disapprove of war. What? Cost of army losses in battle. What does that even mean? Oh, we maybe should have been a little bit more careful here. I guess it's fine. Wow, you actually get money from that now? So the thing about all these provinces is they won't be core for us, they'll just be integrated, because they're all the wrong culture. I don't even think we have to do it through the UI like this. We specifically want to release Zeta. So this is what we want, and then we also want more reparations and like the max money, so it's gonna be what we try and get. Still need to pull that one bureaucracy. Yet another stab cost. This is what hell is. Another 5 war score to go for the max. Okay, I think this is probably good. We'll landlock them too. Just eliminate issues. Are these guys Greek? No. Alright. Time to do the maintenance. We'll give him the rest of that province as well. I think Thessaly's gonna be the first guy we want to annex, maybe. Yeah, because we can't use him for claims anymore. But I wonder if we can feed him this and have him convert it. It's Greek. It's already integrated for us. Maybe we should just keep it on integrated and try and handle it ourselves eventually, especially because we have, right now, a governor here. We forgot to take war reps? Okay, that looks more like it. Hey, winning major battles. Emergence of a loyal strategos. Yeah, and then our cores drop because we don't have the right culture. Yeah. Yep. As was foretold. Woo! Rock and Roll Jew, thank you for the 500 bits. Much appreciated. Woo! Pre-release stream. I'm gonna have to watch this from the start since you were so far in, but wanted to show some support. Thank you so very much, my guy. That's probably a good reminder here for plugging our... If you are interested in getting the DLC, and you want to help support the channel, both of these are true. You can purchase the DLC off the official web store using the code Generalist. It will not give you a discount. They will email you a code to activate on Steam. But 12% of the sale will go my way, and so it's a way to support the channel at no additional cost to yourself if you are interested in doing so. With the slight inconvenience of having to enter in a code, which you could just copy-paste, but yes. Dip cab action be damned? It's big true. You're not wrong. I think it's like kind of an insipid play pattern, and I hate that it's like correct to play that way, but yeah. We're gonna deck our wars before. We're just never gonna have any stab ever. God damn it. Whoa! Nickel, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Thank you so very much, my guy. Big biddies. Some tiggled biddies. Much appreciated. Thank you so very much. Alright, what were we doing? We were about to make a move. We were about to declare. And then do this one to get the money. And then we still have to ship Serbia some money. I think we have any inflation. Oh, we do. Actually, was it after a starvation coin each time that the game crashed? Let's create a save. Yeah, we've been doing a ton of stuff that takes stab. Just the entire... I don't even know what that's for. Oh, it's for if there's a lot of bits. Evan King, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Much appreciated, my guy. Shout out to the EU5 code. I, like, almost never hear that noise. Sorry for my inconsiderate Vic 3 comment about Dairuka GDP Moggy. No, you're fine. You're fine. If he is, he is. Moggy you last week. He was going full meta strats and you were busy playing EU5. Love the content and spreadsheets. Best of luck. Thank you. Yeah, also, generally on stream, like, I'm not trying to min-max anywhere near as hard as when I'm recording a video, because that requires playing slowly and not reading chat as much, which I think is, like, more boring to watch. Also, sometimes we do stuff for the memes, or more often we will do stuff for the memes. We're gonna click this. I don't know if this was what's causing us to crash, so that's kind of why there's a song and dance about stream. But you're 100% good. I don't have a problem if someone drags me for not playing well. I mean, I will often have an excuse, but, like, that is what it is. What is this about? Wait, what? Girona. Is that they want this? Yeah, it is. That's actually sweet, though. Conquer Desire looking a little bit better than normal. I didn't even consider... How big's your navy, dog? I don't think we have the means to defend them. That's cool. I think that does mean we want this. Like, as we think through this a little bit. Okay, we'll do the smart thing. We'll play it intelligently. I don't think we could just ramp up the Navy right now. I mean, I guess we could to try and make it work. Wait, who is Rome? What the frick? People's already took Rome. I was thinking to myself, hey, this is a good opportunity for us to maybe take Rome if this somehow works for us, but it doesn't. I mean, we have the ability to build a big navy. It's 10 galleys. How many galleys does Paul Allen have? Paul Allen doesn't really have much of a navy himself. Holy shit. Maybe we can just beat him. I don't even know what we would want to take off of Castile. More like that we just want to get into Italy. Alright, I mean, I guess we'll build a 10 stack of navy. Actually, let's build a bigger stack just to be safe. Just max build all what we can build. Why is your stability so low? Not like this. We're just gonna be haunted by the stability. We've clicked a lot of buttons. We've revoked like 4 privileges. Part of our content requires going low stab. We've been almost like maxing stab investment for forever. It's just we've done a lot of things. We've flipped Hellenism, which is 50 stab. It's 50 stab the way we did it. Yeah, we don't want that guy leaving cabinet. We're getting stuff like this. Just like, kind of like free money, but it's also kind of like, and then we intentionally fail that so we could get more naval. Just like every single twist and turn of this run has just been us losing stab. And by the way, we want to revoke this bureaucracy, which is another 76 stab, so non-stop stab hit. Which DLC is better, this one or the Victory one? I think the rollout of this is way smoother, because there aren't, like, issues. The problem with the Vic 3 one is that there are issues. I think the Vic 3 DLC is, like, more impactful for, like, the long-term health of the game by, like, a large margin. This is, like, yeah. But, like, in terms of the week it comes out, which one would I rather play? Type of idea. Almost certainly not the Vic 3 one. I hope that, like, kind of answers the question. Because that has been kind of, like, I dislike that the rollout, like, was so bad. It, like, feels pretty bad, but, because I really like I really like what the patch is doing. And so, hey, may he lead the armies forever. Stack wipe. Cool. And let's get rid of these. Oh, wait. Why have we lost war score? Occupations and blockade. This makes some sense. But, if they're determined to land us, they're gonna get uber cocked. They might be. They might be determined to land us. God, we're gonna take a stab hit when we take this too. So, it might not make a difference for banking, but you see Smyrna? We kind of went out of our way to build the, was it the library here so we get faster spread? It's going to get on top of this faster, and then it's going to spread to the adjacent locations faster. Same with Thessalonica. But it's not going to take a hot second for this to matter. Winning battles is huge. Sure. Yeah, from... Just ignore the lone breaking game bug. Vic's slowly dying? I don't think so. Like, in terms of player count? In terms of player count, I also... I'm annoyed that they released 2 DLCs right on top of each other. I think that that was really silly. For, like, the sake of, like... especially for me, like, those are... Like, if Stellaris or CK, for me... overlaps with either of the games, it doesn't really matter because I don't cover them that much. I think I stream Stellaris every patch if I get invited to the thing, but if I don't, it's like not that big a deal. But and I don't touch Holy, but like having them right on top of each other is like rough, I think. And I don't know why. I understand that the studios that are putting out the DLC, like, they operate independently from each other, but, like, overarching, like, Paradox policy, I don't know why they don't just, like, crack the whip a little bit in terms of, like, look, we're not going to release products right on top of each other. I mean, maybe it doesn't actually impact sales that much, but it, like, impacts, like, the people who make content for the game. Like, the amount of time I had to actually work on EU5 stuff was incredibly low because of Vic 3, like, right before. So the biz is how well you can deal with negative stab all game? No. The content's not just like negative stab. The content is you start off in like money apocalypse, but like it's not like a real money apocalypse, it's a fake money apocalypse, if that makes sense. It probably doesn't. That probably doesn't make any sense, but whoops, we accidentally win a naval battle. Our bad. We should be able to crush them navally now. The issue is we want to make a new fleet. All the galleys in the fleet. No, not all those guys. All the galleys in the fleet. Select this. And then I think we win against 17 transport, or like 6 levies. Wait, what is this? Regulars. What's the composition, though? Yeah, this is all transport ships. We should win that. I guess we'll come here. What's this? This is all light ships. I think we should win that. Let's just nip this, though. Let's actually maybe slow down the game a little bit. Oh, we just steal their cogs? Alright. Alright then, keep your secrets. Is there a fort over here? There's not, but there's a 20k stack. Alright, that is a thing. Maybe we just win this. Jesus. Feels like that shouldn't be allowed. I think we just... I don't know, balance-wise. I'm pretty sure we should win this. They have a bigger navy, they're higher morale, higher quality. Eight cannons, 6 hull. Eight cannon, 6 hull. Holy shit, we lose that so hard. You remember when I said I think we beat your navy? I was just kidding. Just... Alright. Well. Do we retreat now? I assume we retreat. Do we peace out before... No, we can't. Unfortunate. We want to leave and go to Smyrna. Okay, don't lose any boats. I'm gonna need another few ships, though. Wow, it's almost like they made Iberia super OP. Nobody gonna answer me? What was your question, Corby? Chat, what's this war about? This war is over this. AI finally decided that they're going to be a little bit more serious about AI conquest today. And so Castile has actual desire to reunite Spain, but not go after Portugal, which is sweet. Rather than it just being like, oh, is it close to the capital? If yes, then conquer. If no, don't touch. Yeah, Mamluks don't give a shit. They're like, we got enough of that. We don't need that ish. How much are we paying on Navy maintenance? Kind of a lot. We have 2 more galleys coming in. The issue is we can't contest the war goal, so eventually they just tick war score. Or, I mean, this would be the way to approach it, but continuing to land so that we can kill their stacks also works for us. Oh, we can't kill that stack, actually. It would be annoying if they took a chunk off of Greece. I mean, we think we can go after that. Hopefully that land's not in Greece. Or yeah, give it to me, give it to me. Send it. Oh yeah. Let's go. Are galleys still garbage this patch? Is the reason you kept Ottomans alive so you can farm the defeating them event twice in a run? No, I'm not sure if you can twice. Oh, we have a hype chest. Let's open that up. A frog wow emote. Wow, so cool. Seth, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. No, so we can use the return land CB. Generally, or what we've noticed is they can event, via event, get subjugated by another Beylik. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone the way we wanted. We wanted the Ottomans to get subjugated, not a bunch of these to get subjugated via event, so that we could attack Ottomans and use the Reconquest CB on the Aretids or Karamanids, whichever one got bigger. Or biggest. Biggest. And Nickus. Alright. Wow, we have so much more war score, and still they think they win. They do, but yeah, war score is hugely impacted by battles, like way more than it was before. Or it's like way more decisive, so. But we'll move back so they can land and unalive another stack into us. But our boats can't beat their boats. They also correctly evaluated that they shouldn't be. Oh, wait, just kidding. I was going to say they correctly evaluated that they shouldn't peace out here. It'd be sick if we could get land in Italy. Maybe we should have this hotkeyed, because we currently don't. Naples doesn't really care that much about this land. But they want a white peace now is the thing, but they won't. They're not interested in making concessions. We would be interested in extracting concessions. We might have some content that like gives us claims and shit over here anyway, though. I guess we just wait. God, their light ships are better than our galleys. I guess we're just chilling for a while, huh? Would it not be better to let them keep landing until they run out of troops? It might be. They might keep doing that, too. We'll see if they continue to punt off stacks. This used to be like a 13k stack. What's your favorite Paradox game? I don't know. I like Vic 3 and EU5 in different ways. I think Vic 3 is like more interesting to think about. Right now I'm also enjoying playing Vic 3 more. But it has a lot to do with the fact that I have like approaching 3,000 hours of EU5, and a lot of it's really recent, and like been trying to push it a lot, and I haven't gotten to play very much Vic 3. So I think EU5 has got like a very, very bright future, though. I almost said bright history. saying that something has a bright history behind it is like a colorful euphemism for saying it's off and like it's going downhill. It's got a bright history behind it. Do the retinids not start as a subject? Yeah, they might not now. Honestly, nothing affected war score. Yeah, like, if you occupy some stuff, you quickly, like, gain... Wars feel way more decisive. This war is, like, not decisive just because it's a weird war. Because he can't occupy more of Catalonia. And I guess he's just gonna wood chipper stuff. You need to take advantage of the 0.5 frontage per boat and higher initiative than heavies. Yeah, we don't have enough galleys to do that. Excited for our galley tech. I guess that's kind of what we're waiting on. Alright, do we have price collapse on everything? If we have 25% plus on settlements for the price collapse, we'll go with it. We don't. Settlements are just so strong, we're just gonna go with it anyway. Eventually wrecking their navy, I think, also gives us 25 war score. So... let's finish off Portugal's navy, if we can here. Just kidding. I almost did a dum-dum. We can get this over to Athens, though. The wrong navy was there. That's 5 war score. Don't mind clipping maybe these. We're gonna keep getting ticked down though. Now they don't even want a white piece. I think we're, yeah, going for this right now. I wonder if we can pick this. Pick the Portuguese fleet. Kind of. Don't really get anything off of it. We can't beat that fleet, I'm pretty sure. We can try and push past them and, like, land Castile proper. I don't think they actually have anything defending here. They have a lot of forts still, though. Oh, that's a fat stack. Let's go. Army morale recovery speed is actually kind of nice right now. For like the way we're kind of trying to zip around. We could actually just detach a siege and go for this. Let's recover. And it should be a bloodbath. Oh, we capped out the war score we can get from battles. We have. Son of a bitch. He's bringing over another 5k stack. I mean, I guess when we can transport a bigger army, maybe we have to try and take the war goal back. We could send a skeleton crew to take the war goal, actually, even. We just have to pray to God we don't encounter his fleet, because then we lose. I don't know. Well, actually, we can't use a skeleton crew. We could maybe siege Papal States with a skeleton crew. We get the Papal States out of this, that actually works for us. Something about Austria run? Yeah, they got chunked a little bit. Do you get claims later once this current situation you are in ended? I'm not sure. I imagine we do. Your America playthrough was a seminal moment in that game's playthrough? Or your Vic 3 America playthrough was a seminal moment in the game's playthrough? We still speak of Florida Men to this day. Or that game's history. The just shaking everyone down with the stupid max levy stack. Oh. There's been so many like things that have been in that game's history that like you just can't do anymore. So like the knowledge shifts a lot, like which is why it's like also like it takes a lot of hours to like be up to date on like game knowledge. It's not like getting good at chess where if you're good at chess, like, you just stay good at chess kind of thing. And you forget opening theory, and you don't know what opening theories invoke, but opening theory is, like, completely different. Or it's not completely different, but it's, like, nowhere near as impactful. If these guys are sitting on it, we can't really... The thing is, I'm terrified of losing, actually, like, the entire Navy, like, right before we get the tech. Could also just give them Catalonia. We're not getting any more war score from this. We're actually sinking fleets. Trying to keep an eye on stuff. Some stuff, I suppose. Oh, we forgot to grab food. Damn it. Oh. When did we lose our guy? Our boy. That's my boy. Oh, they're almost out of food. Cool. We're making progress, you idiots. They don't care. We also can't merc anywhere. Let's make a spy network over here. Let's improve relations with this. Some of our other subjects. It's a shame that we can't easily grab too much. Or that I mean, it makes sense that like we can't just abuse the AI just by forevering blasting, just killing their armies over and over. I don't know what went wrong there. Maybe we should have gotten the white piece when we had a chance. I don't know if this other guy's gonna have also, I have no idea how our subject got there. But I don't know if this subject of theirs is gonna have something juicy. I'm trying to keep an eye on stuff. Also nice that they just always land in the same spot. Horrible strategically, but like nice for us that they're not just like trying to split our defense by landing in some awkward spots. So it gets us food and a place to stay. The sorting on it shifts, which is weird. We're gonna back up because the Castilian fleet. Maybe we take a fight here? I think not. No, we're losing morale faster. Yep, mistake. Tried to send him back at the last second. Holy, our fleet is wrecked here. Better to disband it than get it killed. We like never use this system. Is it still just always? It's always it's always cogs and stuff. It's never actually useful ships. Well, there's some galleys in here now, actually. Would have been nice. They have the max tick on. They have the max tick on attacker ticking though. So this actually just is very stalematey. Except we are getting boats. Upgrade. I think it was 8-6 was what we had. This is 9-7. Not that big an upgrade. Not that big an upgrade. Actually, I thought it was going to be bigger. This has just been a very weird and mildly pleasant. Wait, when did Aragon join? That must be why they don't want to give up now. Are we paying for anything we don't want to be? Let's do that. So we have enough stab to declare wars, there's other things we want. Panama Run is when I started watching, it's still one of my favorites. The Panama Run was sick. That might be my favorite run. Which is weird because it was like a constraint run I thought I wasn't going to enjoy very much. But it ended up being like a lot of fun. But there's some really wonky stuff, like the almost dying to like the pops, like the upper tier pops starving to death because there was like no food and no way to produce food, or like everyone who was not an ownership pop was starving to death. Because you could only trade for luxuries, and we didn't have a way to force it because the rich were so rich. It just made food like unviable. And then the trade center, so much the ownership pops were filling up simultaneously that the trade center wouldn't fill up at all. So couldn't even execute more trades. Like, just too rich. I mean, eventually we are going to be able to, like, white piece out, like, the Papal States or whatever. This is such a wet noodle fight. What's the value of Catalonian lands? Feels like it's more of a liability than an asset. We're trying to restore the borders of Rome, okay? Yeah, no, if your argument is that, hey, maybe it's better just to give it up, that is definitely true, that maybe it's just better to give it up. Crazy that they won't accept a white piece. They would have earlier before Aragon joined. That's kind of a weird... We don't see too much AI joining afterwards. We even have some occupation on them, it doesn't matter though. Let's actually clip this fleet because we don't have a good way to get over there. It's so crazy that light ships are as good as galleys. I'm gonna take another stab hit from this. just take the stat hit. This does give us 5% research speed. Actually, we're super close. We have it in Serena. We don't have it over here. We're gonna need it next tech anyways. Also increased your wealth level, or like the wealth level effect. How far off? I mean, I guess just wait for this and... Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa! This is... What happened there? Oh, it's not a lot. To even win through traditional means, let's get some more gold flowing in. We want to fight them, but not like this. Upside is we're already mobilized. We might be able to actually defend the war goal. And grab stuff. We have 0 forts though. Holy shit. Not that guy. Just gonna try and reduce the amount of things that we have to try and bop simultaneously. Slow down the game speed a little bit. Hellbrink, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Can't wait to see how broken this DLC is on release. This one feels relatively good. What's your opinion on the new government mechanic? The bureaucracy? It's okay. I think it's cool that they're gonna let you choose which modifiers you want in some spots, and that gives some decision points. And we'll see how it shapes up as a mechanic. Maybe this Naples War is okay for us, because they decked on us. So we just have to, like, hold. And then we will get the war goal. Not the Aphrodite omen. We might have a stronger navy than Naples, though. Oh, we'll grab Rome if we can, actually. Not that I think grabbing Rome's best. I think grabbing more of Greece is probably better, but just kind of want to have Rome. Yeah, this is just like 2 decades too early. 1 to 2 decades too early for us to like try and deal with all this shit at the same time. This feels kind of rough. No, don't catch them in transition. No, 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 no. These are new boats. No. Not the AI playing well. Not like this. Don't sink our fleet. They're too young to die. There we go, okay. Wait, where'd they go? Did they die? Bro, what are you doing? Get into the friggin' port. Also, like, turn away for 1 second, there's a 2K stack landing. Alright. Okay, I think this is, they want white peace, right? They seek white peace? We will white peace with Castile. Because I don't think, if we squeeze them for something, we're not getting very much, I don't think. So we'll white peace Castile. And kind of divert our attention. Also, yeah, we were checking what's their fleet. See, they only have 8 galleys. So they lose in the water, actually. So joke's on them here. And we have the war goal. So here we can actually extract concessions. Okay, guys. I think we do let them try and land us, though. Rather than just, like, beat up their navy. It just means we get to land them if we want to. Oop, now you run away. Now you leave. Don't need those quite yet. Yeah, they're interested in a white piece at this juncture. You know what? We're gonna split this guy in half. Or actually, maybe we don't need to. He's coming up. Wow, is that all they can transport at a time? Is just 2 stacks? Yikes for them. The less stuff we take over here, the easier it'll be for us to actually enforce something else later, also. Now that we think about it. Because if the way that we're enforcing is just by taking a bunch of stuff over here. Okay, okay. Alright, we have a commander. Formation's balanced. That we want to interrupt. We don't want them to have more troops than us. Oh, shit. We didn't interrupt the landing. Son of a bitch. We'll retreat to this if we can. hope they split. It's really bad for us. Alright, here we'll have the defensive bonus and more morale. I don't think they have like better units somehow, so. Oh, I kind of want to take a loan to build a unit. Oh, we can't. We don't even have enough manpower. Just kidding. We didn't mean it. We have banking though already. Let's go for the stuff we need. The docks. Sorry, I'm not reading chat like that closely. I'm just trying to lock in a little bit. Yeah, basically nothing additional. Let's reduce the speed. Can we get there first? It's flat, right? I don't think he reinforces in time. I think we just get another battle. Currently at 2% positive from battles, so this should be big. Yeah, it is. It is big. Gets a little bit more from occupations, but we're also running out of like excess units. I think we can occupy faster than he can. We just have to avoid his army. God, I wish we could re-raise more guys somehow. This unit's gonna get clipped soon by the 7K stack. He's not? Just kidding. I mean, I guess that's between the AI and God, why they're just gonna allow that. Oh my god, other things to think about. I hate it. Oh yeah, more taxes. Let's go, baby. Seen this one before. We actually like the entrenchment there. We have already raised the stuff. So that kind of works. I wish we had a better way to generate some additional manpower here, though. It is what it is. 7K is on the move. Fly, you fools. You can't grab us all. Shit. We can work our way up there, right? Actually, let's just go to the other side. Just trying to get vision on the 7K. I didn't see it. Skill issue, maybe. I don't know which way it's headed. Let's head it up. Alright. Is it chasing? It is. Oh, that dude's toast. If we're toast, what do we want to do? He is toast, right? I don't know how many regulars they have. I hate when the breakdown's like this because it doesn't really tell you very easily. Like the UI could be improved here. Hasn't levies entirely. Okay, he's actually not. He's self-trolling. Cool. Ticking for this down here, I think. No, we want to go the other way. The safer way. We clipped the bejesus out of him. What's the war score? We don't have max from battles, so let's actually try and take a battle. Rome wasn't conquered in a day. I don't know if you've heard that expression, but it in fact is true. Actually, it was conquered in a day, just not... It was conquered on a day. Oh, that army's gonna get clipped. Alright. Whew. Could go for more. How greedy do we want to be? How much do we want to neglect chat is the is the real question. Because I have to like micro this pretty hard. Come back, stream 5 hours later, still in 1300s. Microing our brains out right now. We have no business winning this war. But we want to take Rome for the content. And then we want to take this to release Sicily, but we could get so much more. What is the war goal, though? Val de whatever. Holy shit, what is the Wargle? I know it's one of these because that's when it started ticking. God, we're greeting our brains out here. Yeah. Maybe we reload and just take the peace deal that we had on the table. This guy's getting clipped. His ass is grassed. Just kidding. Oh, it's never in question. We're just super handsome. We're gonna take a lot more. Yeah. Feels like a justice. Alright, let's bring our fleet back. That is a levy. Alright, do we have any CBs? We want Serbia. We forgot we wanted to send Serbia money. Gotta shove it down their throat. Ooh-wee. We should now get an event for, like, Reconquest or whatever. But here we will release the Kingdom of Sicily as a fiefdom. So now they will generate claims. Ho-hum. And they have a full province. Ghibellines and Guelphs. Yeah, that makes sense. Please don't do funny rounding. Okay, cool. Caramanids subjugated them. Son of a Basil. Alright, let's go after these guys then. Oh, they're blobbing. Which will make them much more annoying to actually fight. Let's take this guy out and then do this. Do that and then upgrade all of these galleys. Really? I mean, I guess. think our guys are kind of depleted. Yeah, we can let the levies recover. That was kind of a long and arduous war. Don't want that many. Just a little bit of time playing Vic 3, where the shift in the control on Vic 3 versus EU5 do the opposite things. Are mercs still OP as fuck? I haven't gotten to test mercs because the Byzantine like has a huge extra cost. I think it's probably not worth on Biz. Or they're probably still okay, but like you're pushed more into regulars, this type of thing. I haven't gotten to test much. I think that they're still okay. They're more expensive though. Oh, we integrated Thessaly via the subject type. And we got all their cores worked in. That works. Kind of works for us. We pay for a little bit more dip spending. We're spending so much on Navy now. Don't we have an event to roll from having Rome? Surely we do. This is a control max here. Oh, we brick so many events by not being orthodox. That's lame. Okay, what would we have gotten? Okay. Catholicism gets that, brother. I mean, this is what we get for meddling with the fates. What's Jerusalem get? Deus Volts? Yeah, okay, sure. Bunch of integration. Subvert expectations and return land to the Pope. It's the Christian thing to do. I bet he'd pay a lot of gold for it, actually. That's actually, honestly, maybe not even bad. I was trying to get an event for the chat. Like, I think that's just taking more of, like, Sicily or over here makes more sense, but... So tired of taking stab hits, man. Maybe that was correct. Alright, let's pilgrimage. 20. And then, can we do this? No, we can't. Get out of my sight. Cleo, thank you for following. How you doing? You just finished stream? How do you feel about the much slower pop growth? Is it much slower? Oh, when was the last time you played, Cleo? Or like, did you play a bunch of 1.1? Pop growth is overall a little bit faster, but you have to like do the food stuff, otherwise it's slower, yeah. I don't, I think pop growth probably I don't know what the historic numbers are. My understanding is the historic numbers, kind of, well, we have a lot of war exhaustion is the issue here. But the historic numbers are probably slower than what people can kind of achieve in-game. We don't have very good pop growth because we haven't really started doing... We had turned off our granaries at the start. We can turn it back on now, probably. But, yeah, the granaries also, like, give effectively flat pop growth. And at the same time pop growth was slowed down, it was, like, doubled from what you get from granaries. And so... here we have a settlement, so that's a confound. And I think the amount that you can get from cheap food is doubled. But this large food storage in province, this goes up to is it 0.3 or 0.6? It's really hard to get it to the cap, but you can get like 0.2% pop growth in some spots. I've been playing a lot. My pre-patch of Island has 1 mil more than what I achieved in the 1.2 so far. Like, capital is 81k versus 41k. Oh, wow. That's a big difference. Did you have, like, slave raiding or something? I don't know. I mean, pops are really strong, so the stronger you make pop growth in general, the more it, like, locks in who's strong at game start. I don't know, you probably know the historic population levels better than me, whether or not, like, the old system was too fast or too slow. Or, like, what historic pop growth looked like. This feels very cute. I feel like we have no business owning this. Oh, and this is not a megalopolis at game start. There's not a megalopolis in the west other than Constantinople and Cairo, if you consider this the west. They made a DLC that makes you really incentivized to form Rome and go Hellenism, and then make the events for Rome break if you go Hellenism. Yeah, maybe I leave feedback on that. I think you're, like, supposed to... What's the timing on these events? Like... yeah, you know what? That's maybe silly. We do have to sack Venice, though. As is tradition. It's in the rules, the content says so. Okay. I think we were gonna chill. And look to get a unit of cataphracts. We could build Thema headquarters for more manpower if we really wanted to ramp up the army. I think that's perhaps gratuitous. Yeah, I think the run that I did, the other run looked better than this. This, like, started out feeling good. For how long? 5 years? Or is this one the 50 years? Yeah. That's a modifier to have on a location for 50 years, huh? We could... Let's take a look at the pop growth again. Before it felt like, in 1.1 it felt like we were getting between 0.5 and 0.6, but that's also... We have a huge available free land modifier here, but we also don't have the food modifiers really. What are the requirements on Imperial Breadbasket again? I think this required like a megalopolis, so it's not like a spammable thing. Has to have the rank of city and at maximum level. Was this also biz only content? I think this is biz only content though. Like think of Ireland versus... I don't think Ireland gets access to these. But like Granary Town is going to allow you to push more population growth as well. So you also have tools that you didn't have before. Can you show the requirements for forming Rome? Yeah. Is my chat bricked? Oh wait, no, it's working. Alright. Just unusual to have like a bunch of Twitch chatters before the other ones. Let's take a look here. Can form Rome is now like within this content. It was. Byzantine succession is also interesting because you could castrate people or blind them. Just remove them from the succession. Little fun for everyone. Could we only form if we're Orthodox? That would be silly. Oh, they have like accelerated Rome formation as well. You don't need to do all the other stuff, which is like also a little bit silly, right? Because Rome has some really, really strong content. Like, that's really strong. That's not even the strongest thing. That's strong because the aqueducts are really good. I think that we already have the expanded aqueducts, though. I think that's better than most legal codes. And then this is the one. Probably the best advance in the game. If it's not, you can take slaves. But yeah, you get the accelerated Rome formation. Overall, how does the patch feel? Fun. A lot of QOL stuff. Like, there's been... I can't put my finger on, like, a specific example, but a lot of times I'm like, oh, that's nice. That's changed. Oh, that looks good. And, like, a lot of really good QOL stuff. I think that the subject rebalance is good. My sample size is still a little bit small. Let's enforce culture on this guy. He was supposed to be the chosen one. The Greek, and then he flipped. It's not silly, they are literally Rome. They are literally not Rome. Does this say Roman Empire? No, it says Byzantine Empire. Definitely not silly. Still can't start a war until our stab's a little bit higher. We might invest more. It's kind of painful. Feels painful forced into investing in these sliders. I wonder how much we save now. Well, we have to keep integrating. How much would we save if we... did this? Probably not a lot. 12... 1.5 ducats. I guess maybe it's okay. You only need 75 locations in Italy. Yeah, you probably need Rome itself too. I don't know. From a power level perspective, the content seems like Biz seems overtuned by like a lot. It was a few hours ago now, but we kind of went over some of these omens are extremely strong. We're coming up on our next opportunity to roll the dice, though. But at the same time, they've rolled back how many omens you can have like going concurrently. By the looks of it. Let's do those. Just mainly focusing on Rome. They weren't called the Byzantine Empire. Pretty sure that's what they called themselves. Pretty sure they said, we are the Byzantine Empire, distinct from the Roman Empire, which we don't call the Western Roman Empire, but rather we call it the Roman Empire and we're the Byzantine Empire. I'm pretty sure that's how that rolled out. Some dipshit German in the 1500s called that to legitimize the Holy Roman Empire. Yeah. Well, you know... If they call it what they call themselves makes them that, then I guess the HRE was also Rome. You should tell Lambert all about the Byzantine Empire being Rome, show him the business. Yeah, so the thing is like, my position comes from like a linguistic perspective, mostly. Which is that the meaning of words is how people use them. And this is just what words mean. Right? That there is not some objective underneath word-like thing where this is what the words mean. And in fact, decimate is a really good example. For those of you who are familiar with this, most people do not know the proper or historic definition of the word decimate, or the technical definition. I have to learn how to do that better. Or actually, I have to get my water jug next time. To decimate something, as people understand it conventionally today, is to just very nearly annihilate it. That's the way that people use the word. When you use the word, that's how you should use the word. The technical historic definition is not that. Arthur, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. The technical historic definition for decimate is to reduce by 10%. And this was a Roman thing. It was a Roman thing, like an actual Roman thing, not a fake Roman thing. And it was used as a punishment for armies. They would kill 1/10 of the army. They would decimate it. It was a punishment. If you know this, and then you're speaking to someone who you think probably doesn't know this, which is most people, and you use decimate in the reduce by 10% fashion, you're an asshole. because you, rather than trying to communicate effectively, you are communicating pretentiously. Your point, in terms of your motivation, is that you know the definition of the word, someone else doesn't, and etc. You also could have just used a different word, right? And so, the point here is that what the word decimate means is it means to very nearly destroy, because that's how the way people use it now. Okay? When you say the phrase, the Roman Empire, okay? When you say the Roman Empire, nobody thinks of Byzantium. Like, full stop. People do not think of Byzantium when you say the Roman Empire. And there's a very clear word that you can use to invoke. There's a very clear word you could use to reference Byzantium in a way that is abundantly clear to everyone who hears it. And that's calling it Byzantium. Yeah. Are changes to the economy and pops noticeable? I haven't played like deep enough to like really, and without confounds, because I've only played Byzantium so far, to like really have a super nice feel for it yet. I would say some stuff feels substantive. The subject metagame definitely feels updated. God, I don't want to annex this guy like this. I think we're just going to keep passing it. We're going to pass this and hope that he annexes it. How much would the Papal States sell or pay for Rome, though? I'm curious. 10% from Roman times. Big enough jug. Because it was fundamentally different than the Eastern Roman Empire, was culturally Greek and not Latin. Yeah, I think that this is not the type of argument I would make, but I think it's reasonable. My main point is that if you're trying to refer to this entity, right, the most clear thing that you can refer to it as in terms of being understood is the Byzantine Empire. And the point of language is to like communicate with people. And I think if you call it Rome, if you call it the Roman Empire in the 1300s, you're like a dick. Identity is a bundle. This too. It is missing the prototypical conditions of the phrase Rome. Like, when you say Rome, this invokes an idea. And to the extent that stuff resembles that idea, that stuff to some extent is Rome. And those conditions, those what are the prototypical ones of Rome, the Byzantine Empire is missing a ton of them. Including having the capital in Rome. Content's a lot of fun. It's definitely pushed. It's definitely, like, turbo strong. And from a design perspective, I kind of feel some kind of way about it. But also, since the creators first got a hold of it, and what it is now, it's also been massively nerfed, so... how much would you be willing to pay? How much would you pay us for Rome? Kind of a lot. I don't think that's enough. That was a really easy way to abuse the AI early on. Well, actually, maybe it is enough. That's kind of a lot of income. Rome's actually not very good for us right now. We're still integrating it, though. Eastern Roman Empire works as well. It's better. It's not as clear as Byzantium, I think. But you kind of get there with the Eastern Roman Empire. To some extent, yeah. You think it's easy to form the Roman Empire with the Mediterranean borders for the achievement? Probably. In terms of content, Byzantium, if you include Hellenism in it, probably is the strong. It's top 3 in terms of strongest content in the game, and the other 2 are like Ottomans, which has slavery on its tag, and China. But if you include the notion of forming Rome as something that's like uniquely Byzantium, then like it's probably clearly Byzantium. The best advance in the game is the like 5 discount off roads. Like I think that advance is kind of silly. Lusaka. I think we have a truce, right? Yeah, we do. We don't have a truce with Serbia. We can't declare until we have... Oh, we do have a truce. Oh, the truces are forever now. That's another, like, interesting thing, is truces are really freaking long. Wars are short, but truces are long. So it forces you to, like, shop around for your wars a little bit more. Rather than just keep going after the same person, which I think is probably an improvement. Didn't they call themselves Roman at the time? Yeah, but we're not living in the 1400s. Also, someone calling themselves Rome is not a sufficient factor for us calling them Rome. But yeah, they did call themselves Rome. So did the HRE. And so did... trying to remember if the Third Reich called themselves Rome. But I believe that was part of it. Everyone and their mother invokes themselves as Rome, so like that's not really... Yeah. Subjects in the meta nerfed? Subjects I think are still good, but yeah, significantly nerfed. It's a lot harder to get your subjects to culture convert everything for you. You can be effective for religious conversion. But yeah, they're not going to be very good at culture conversion, because there's a really nasty modifier. Minus 50%. So this means all the old metagame stuff, see, is the subject minus 50%. All the old metagame stuff for accepting cultures is way better, and this includes, like, shipping people money, like, on a 5 or 10 year cooldown, so that you can get favors. So you can do this, which this is gonna just like a metagame that's always been underneath the surface is going to come to the fore here. We do want to use our subject action on this guy though to improve cultural opinion. We just need a diplomat. Yeah, we'll take the legitimacy. We are not trading religious influence for anything. Religious influence is so strong for us. It's almost time for our loot box. Historically, that's incorrect. They called themselves Roman at the city level. They called Constantinople Rome. I still think if I'm having a conversation with someone and I call this Rome, I'm being a dick. That's, a lot easier to call it Byzantium rather than a classical feudal Roman Empire. I don't know much I agree with the last point about missing qualities that makes Rome Rome. I think you could make an argument that near the collapse of the Western Roman Empire wouldn't be Rome either. Yeah, I think if you are trying to talk about the Western Roman Empire right before its collapse and you just say Rome, I think you're not being an effective communicator as well. Like, you would need to put qualifications on it. In fact, at that point, I think Eastern Roman Empire is, like, more clear. Is the CB still crazy OP? It probably is. I haven't gotten it yet. It is. Last time I saw a screenshot of it, I don't know if it's been nerfed in, like, the latest iteration or something like this. Let's improve the cultural opinion. And we maybe get a chance to do that with Turkish once or twice. But it's a 50-year cooldown. It will be kind of okay on Sicilian. He's talking about the outside perspective, yes. He understands that the people saw themselves as Roman, but modern-day people do not. Yeah, so the point of words is to communicate ideas, right? And so this conversation doesn't happen in the 1400s. It's happening right now. If you ask me what I should call it in the 1400s, I would say Rome. Or maybe it'd be Roma. I don't know. It's probably not even the right conjugation. Huh, if we grant that, they're more likely to... Was it tribal land rights? I didn't even... God, eyes are hard. Okay. Brother, you're still streaming? Almost finishing up my night shift? Yeah, release, I always pre-release and regular stream for like 10 hours. How over the accepted point to see how limited money they currently have? Oh, this, you're saying that this is more a sign of how much money they have? Yeah, I mean, I think I don't want to sell it for 1,000. Same religion, same culture, core, conquer, desire are the things informing it. Not really so much value, so selling low value cores back to people is probably really good, and selling high value stuff. Everyone calls themselves... Russia called itself Rome. Yeah, exactly. This is my point. Russian Empire was third Rome. Mussolini did. I think we don't trust these sneaky merchants. Now we can declare war, finally. Except we don't have a claim. Next parliament we could get one there. Still slowly integrating this-ish. I mean, this stuff's actually just natural integrating, but we do want to defeat it. We want to defeat it to this guy after he, like, actually converts stuff to Greek. Because if you feed them too many provinces that are not their culture, then they'll want to flip away. Unfortunately. That was the idea. Ottomans also claim to be heirs of Rome because they took Constantinople. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's just a new, like, regime. And that's not, like, an incoherent argument either. Like, you know? Like, okay, China's been China for, like, forever. Of course, they call themselves, like, a different dynasty, but it's someone else taking it over. That's more like a civil war, though, than, like, what happened with the Turks. But maybe, like, is the Turks, like, occupation of this, like, in the first place, like, a rebellion against the old Byzantine Empire, and then it's just, like, a long-standing revolution where they eventually take over, and then they call themselves Rome, and then they're, like, linear in some sort of way? But, I mean, if you want to argue that people calling themselves Rome, some are more legitimate than others, I would definitely agree with that. I don't think Venice is Rome, but they were also a Roman rump state that maintained a continuity of institutions and sovereignty, 400 AD to 1800. Yeah, like I think that, like, it's more complicated than the, like, ERE people make it out to be, but also the complexity is, like, less my concern than, like, the linguistic clarity. How much are we trending towards? Not a lot. I mean, Doc is next. It's gonna be nice. We inherit a throne because they didn't have a ruler. Just do those cities. Who did we inherit? Oh, we inherited those guys. Oh, we can remake them before we let the tick happen. Once the tick happens, it'll be a core. God, it feels bad giving away core territory, but it's more that we want Greek subjects. And we're probably going to hand it out anyway at some point. I guess this is primarily Greek by a large margin. And so we'll have a Greek subject there. Yeah, so I guess we just keep it. Not sure we want the castle finishing though, huh? Byzantium you play in-game is also Rome just as much as Trebizond is. In 500 years, if the USA were to exist only in Central America with the capital in Panama City, would you call it the USA if they had a contiguous line of governance that ended in that strange state? No, I would be... That's, I would be reluctant to, but that's like, that argument's formulated in a way that's like divergent from what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, we're not talking about the Byzantine Empire in 1400. We're talking about the way that we conduct discourse today in 2025, or 2026. God, time flies. You know, hundreds of years after this was no longer a thing. You know what I mean? I'm saying that the way that you conduct the meaning of the words is not some objective measure of like reality in and of itself. It is a means by which we convey information to each other that is subjective. And so whether it was or wasn't, like, we're not trying to answer the question of whether it was or wasn't. We're trying to answer the question, is it appropriate to call it that? And I don't think it's appropriate to call it Rome over the Byzantine Empire, because Byzantine is just inescapably clear. The question is whether you call it the Eastern Roman Empire or the Byzantine Empire. Can you show bureaucracy because I just arrived? Sure. Here are our bureaucracies. The middle stuff is bonuses we get no matter what. If we don't fund it, we get the malus to the left. And if we fund it, we get the bonus to the right. And these scale with the level of entrenchment, which increases kind of slow. But some of these are pretty good, like estates power minus 90% for us. Why sell Rome? I mean, if we could get 5,000 gold for it, we would sell it. And just reconquer it later. I could claim to be Roman over here in Canada. Yeah, so, like, here's the thing is, like, I think, if someone asks me who the ruler of Canada is, I think if I say Charles, I'm a douchebag. You know what I mean? Charles is technically the monarch over Canada, though. I don't think that's an appropriate answer. To say Charles. That sounds spreading pretty good. We kind of want to get on these guys. Who are we gonna fight? Ah, we messed up. We want to use this CB. It's fine. We're still recovering. Didn't the Turks inherit a lot of Byzantine institutions? Don't you mean Roman? Yeah. Vassals of being allowed to culture flip without asking their overlord is one of the pet peeves. Man, I just flipped you. That's way more annoying now that it's cooldown. So we can't spam everyone with it. And so it's really annoying if these guys flip back. Like, real annoying. How are we doing on the religious conversion? Probably really slow. Oh, that's not even the right thing. Well, that's not too bad. Could use this, intentionally fail it to push naval. We could push aristocracy to max. That was pretty good too. That's kind of nice for us because we also get a lot of support. We can continue to request taxes. Don't want to click. Ah, we can't click through much. Oh, I don't want to. I don't want to do that. I like having this buffer in case we make an error, because we have to stay over 50. I mean, maybe it's worth... It's either this or we don't get to click more buttons, but we kind of click the important button, which is the additional max tax. Our satisfaction can't even support it, because the stab. Maybe we pay for more stab right now. Oh, we're gonna take a stab hit. Alright. Whatever. We do have a full collapse too. This is gonna be lucrative. That's so much additional wealth. I wish it told me. No, it's not adding wealth. This is by tax base. It's not even telling us that the right thing. I mean, tax base is what we would want it to be by, but it's telling us it's one thing when it's not that thing. Promotions are a little bit slower. I think we'll just do that, and then an additional one there. Just max that ish out. Oh, I forget we have slaves. That's right. We've taken slaves. We're making slaves. Hellenism, bro. Yeah, that's perfect for us. Those things will all get employed up real fast. Yeah, not like Chinese dynasties didn't have steppe nomads or migrants settling and ruling. Yeah, you could make an argument that the Han Chinese dynasties are the only real Chinese ones, but that seems problematic in a different sort of way. Here's an example I used with Lambert. Would a turd I pinched be able to claim my identity just because there's continuity between as it was executing your bowels? This is actually an interesting point, and I think I would reject this point because technically speaking, your entire digestive system is outside of you, and you're actually a tube. So, never really a part of you. Yeah. Like, if I take this pen and I wrap my hand around it, the pen's not inside of me. Your digestive system is like that. You wish there was more migration? Me too. It's like only intermarket. It's one of the warping factors that makes bigger markets better, is the fact that your pop distribution's better, but like, a lot of this land, like over here, is going to be really worthless. I think we are going to eventually move the market capital to Smyrna, but then that really negatively affects Constantinople. I don't know. We might have to find some intermediate location somewhere in here. That makes sense. Did it change the... No, it still just, like, goes the wrong direction. Yeah, okay. I mean, we could try and find a location. Maybe this is, like, the intermediate location. Or, like, basically the question is, like, what's the farthest location from Constantinople you can maintain 100% market access on? And so, like, then it's like... How many levels can we build of a thing? So we can get 9% extra market access, so anything that has... Was it 91 plus, we would be able to... So we could put the market, like, over here, or something. And then maybe be a little bit better. Yeah, probably the copper would make the most sense. I mean, maybe that's actually even what we do. This one might make more sense. Sturdy grains. And roads are going to increase it. But, yeah, there's going to be we're going to do a Hargan market, too, eventually. The thing is that the market access is just so ass for Greece. Is this a linguistic thing? A problem in non-English and particularly non-European languages? Do Japanese and Korean players even get impactful by the name change setting? Probably not. There's probably only like one name for it. Goated take? Oh man, I'm far enough behind that I don't know which one you're referring to, but thank you. Cthulhu's Pigeon, thank you for the 4 months. Much appreciated. I always forget about this. Yeah, is there like a UI for you to... I don't like watch stuff on Twitch very much. Is there like a UI where you get to like, you're like auto resubbing, but you get to like do the announcement or send it in? You got it early? I did. The same way we didn't call them the Timurids, even though we don't call themselves that, we all know who it refers to though, yeah. 90% less estate power? There's no way that's balanced. They have a bunch of other modifiers already. But it is quite strong. So when you, like, it's minus 90% in here, in the scrum of, or sorry, not in here. Minus 90% in here, in the scrum of all these other modifiers, right, additive with each other. If you ran low privileges, though, it would be very pronounced. Byzantium ain't Rome, yeah. Like, look, if someone says the Eastern Roman Empire, like, I don't think that they've, like, made a mistake, so much as I think Byzantium is just the more clear distinction. I feel like when you're defining it historically, for the sake of accuracy, it would be Eastern Roman Empire versus the conversation with another person, it would be Byzantine. This is probably a fair enough take. Yeah, I would probably be similar to that. I would have to think that through a little bit more. I've thought about it a little bit. Do we have a biz guide coming? Yeah, but we deviated a little bit here based on what we learned from the biz guide. The biz guide, we leaned into subjects more and then just decided that they weren't that great, and we're actually doing some amount of integration ourselves. I think one of the reasons why integration is good for us, though, has to do with the fact that we have more cabinet actions than normal. And there's certain cabinet actions that just have really high priority. Like, changing societal values is probably the strongest cab action in the game. And, like, strength and legitimacy is also decent. And most people only have 2 cabinet actions at game start, so... We actually have a fat navy, so we can actually push this. Which is kind of cute. We're starting to get a little bit of a push. The more I think about it, the more I think Buddhists were right. Essence isn't a thing. Identity is just a useful way to refer to a bundle of relationships and conditions. Rome has no essence. Yes. That is underlying my argument regarding linguistics. Because if something has an objective essence, then you would call it the essence, right? And it's like just, it's very clear that that's like what you would do. But if something, if it's not objective in that way, then the point is to communicate clearly. Let's check into the trade we locked in forever ago. That's still unprofitable. They still don't want us to trade this way. Yeah, we're buying it higher than we're selling it. That's kind of curious, though. Alright, let's build 6 of these. Like, we're putting our eggs in one basket here, which I think you're supposed to do if you have a megalopolis. Slaves is biz? That's not very Christian. You're right. It's almost like hell anistic. Was extreme urbanization turned down a little bit? I don't know if the AI overall is going to urbanize less, but I think the presence of urban rights... So urban rights get scaled by the fact that they cost legitimacy, so you can't just spam them everywhere, but urban rights makes spamming even better. Urban places, if you have the legitimacy for it. Did we want to click buttons? I think we didn't want to focus on the land. Yeah. But we could build a few more farms. Let's do that. We want to use the good CB on them. Have they culture converted everything? They probably made everything. It'd be funny if they flipped Greek. My thing is... Oh, I'm stupid. My thing is that I'm stupid, is the thing, unfortunately. You hate to see it. Well, we deck on Ottomans to get the better CB. Why is the stream delay so long? Some bitrate issue? No, it's... I'm trying to catch up on chat. I'm starting to respond to every chat message, but I should maybe not do that. I'm starting to skim through some. It's harder to have a conversation. You talk Académie Française, reversing linguistic changes is going. What? If you're talking to a fellow, yeah, if you're talking to a historian, this also changes the context. This comes up somewhat frequently on stream when we talk about it a little bit, where there is ways of referring to things that I will do for... If I know I'm talking to someone who's like, actually, we want to kind of lock in this. We want to lock in something. So we're not going to deck our war for a hot minute because we don't have the stab to anymore. But we really want the government reform so that we can lock in the naval. Just because it could be a massive headache if we get a weird ruler or something like this. And we do want to do art school for content, I think. But yeah, if someone asks me, are you religious? Well, if someone asks me, are you religious, I would say I'm not religious. And if they press me and ask if I'm an atheist, I would say yes. If that person's like an academic philosopher, I would say I'm agnostic. Because there's like a technical difference that you would understand if you're like, or a theologian, I would say I'm agnostic, but not interested in being evangelized. Because there's a technical difference, but within the context of talking to like someone who I don't think has an understanding of that technical difference, like within an academic philosophy context, and also believes that of me, that I have that understanding, that I would infer that I would have that, I would think it would be inappropriate. And so, like, two historians talking to each other, I, as someone who's not a historian, I can only speculate as to what would be the more appropriate distinction. But that's also just a different context than two people talking together. Or, like, what something should be in a video game. You know what I mean? But absolutely. But this is, like, also part of the larger point, is that there is no objective thing to call it. And that what is driving, in my opinion, why you should call something something, has a lot to do with just the issue of communicating effectively and referencing the right thing to the person. And so I don't think that what historians would say to each other would even be necessarily the correct answer, because if you ask two historians that specialize in Rome what the word decimate means, they will probably tell you that it means reduced by 10%. But if you use it in that way, yeah. How's Hellenism now? Is it powerful? It's insane. Let's do the thing. Chat, it's time. It's time for us to open our loot box. Also go on a pilgrimage. But the big thing is that these omens are insane. Some of them. And you can have upkeep on some of them. Parliament-based support. So this one's kind of a little bit of a whiff for us. Maybe we actually shouldn't even be rolling Zeus. I think we go Monarch of the Sky. The Thunderer, before release, used to give 5 flat control. And was, like, easily the strongest thing. And you just always roll Zeus until you get it. Or, yeah, you would always be rolling Zeus so that you try and get it. Alright, that's not that insane. So there is some variance. We'll gain some more influence. Are you ever getting out of negative stab? Probably not anytime soon. We probably just need to invest more money. It's actually affecting our ability to tax, so we are, like, kind of investing in the stab. I don't know. We maybe actually... it would have been better for us to stay... I think Orthodox was giving us an investment thing, and Innovative hurts us. So it would have been better for us to stay traditional, maybe. If you're actually going to dump money into it... the thing is we were just on the cusp of embracing institutions, which is more expensive on this stab. But that's like a math question, though, which one ends up costing you more. But considering we already had some discount modifiers, the discount modifiers would maybe be better. We're also... It's also maybe a question whether we can invest more from the bureaucratic thing into the slider, or whether getting the slider boost or the stab boost directly is better. I'm not sure. I think next... $285. God, that's expensive. Are you flip Turkish and join Rise of the Turks as Byzantium? That probably... Actually, I don't know if that's the meta play. That could be the meta play. Being Hellenism Turk. We're not going to do that, though. We don't always do the meta play. Let's give him support. Anna dies. And we get religious influence? This sounds like a win. I see that as an absolute win. I don't think we have anyone to marry. Oh my god. Sometimes the control click stops working. How long have we been going? We've been going a pretty long time. We might... Art schools and theaters ever worth it? Not unless they updated them. I didn't check. Well, I think the art school itself is worth building, but maybe not worth researching. So there's an argument you can make where the stimulus is on industries that are good, and as a consequence you like the theaters. I don't know if just building another burger building might not be better, though. But I think they are nerfing or planning on nerfing the quantity of burgers you get from buildings. I think they were planning on cutting it in half. I think that was actually this patch. Did they cut it in half? Yeah, so they cut it in half. So this is a big nerf to the economy. I think that people will probably not understand intuitively why. Roughly a third of the value of buildings is like the fact that they give 200 burgers. So this like cuts nearly 20% of the value out from under buildings because the burger potentials give more pop promotion or give more pop consumption. And so there's way less burger consumption now than there was before. And so that's like a pretty big hit. Their power was doubled though. But the game feels good. The game feels fun. I like the changes to subject. The sample size is relatively small. There's a bunch of QOL stuff that I'm noticing here and there, and I'm like, that's nice. That's nice. I like that. Oh, shit. Let's set this at break even. And then not let a month tick. Damn it. I'm gonna say not let a month tick because of that reason. Basically. the thing that we didn't want to happen happened. Yeah. We took a loan. Not the end of the world, though. Yeah, I didn't even realize we were minting. I feel agnostic is somehow a weak term, since I don't like saying I'm agnostic because it invites people to try and evangelize you, and like, I'm just... At this point, I've spent hundreds of hours, like, analyzing God's, arguments for God's existence and discussing, like, theology, and I'm just, like, not interested. Like, that's, like, one of the few things I, like, am less interested in, like, hearing someone out on, because I've already heard so many people out. I also, like, was religious before, so it's not like, I'm coming into it from, like, the always being, like, atheist type thing, so. Which makes everyone agnostic. Being religious to atheist is more about your belief. Yeah, I don't think there's sufficient evidence for the existence of a deity, and I don't think any is forthcoming as well. And, like, that additional part, I think when people think of agnostic, they think that there's something out there, they just don't know what, and that doesn't correctly describe me. But the technical, like, academic definition, I would be agnostic, because I'm not making a claim that is the hard claim that is, it is false that at least one God exists. I just don't think I have sufficient evidence for believing in any God. So what you're saying is just don't be a prick and reply to people in a way that they understand instead of making sure you're correct and feel smart. Yes, that's exactly, yeah, that is 100% my perspective. I had this realization as a philosophy student that a lot of the language that they use, or sociolects, or discourse, or nomenclature, a lot of the language they use is, like, unnecessarily obtuse or difficult. It's unnecessarily difficult. And I realized I myself was doing it, and it was, like, almost performative in a sense that speaking in a complex way was something that maybe was seen as a good thing, because it was an indication of, like, knowledge or something like this, but in reality it's just, like, insipid and stupid. Because the point isn't to make yourself appear smart or something like this. Or it shouldn't be. If it is, then you're just like, if that's the axis upon which you want to make yourself feel smart, is just be unintelligible, then sound off. Like, you're just like a dick. Is it possible to have a somewhat fun, balanced multiplayer in this patch, or should it be tweaked by modders? I'm not sure. I haven't, like, min-maxed the military stuff. I don't know if you want to let a player get big on Biz. I think Biz might be really... Or you might just want to ban Hellenism. Like, I can't imagine trying to fight someone who has 40%. Because you can get, like, plus 100%. We have Rheinus now minus 33%. I can't imagine trying to fight someone with plus 40% frontage. I would be so annoyed in multiplayer. There's, like, in multiplayer right now, there's, like, two things that are really unbalanced militarily, and that's, like, Prussia's cabinet action and, like, Ming, or the Mandate of Heaven, and the Mandate of Heaven is usually bad. Or just China in general is kind of obscene. So... Like, I think this is just, like... And there's a lot of stuff on their content that seems, like, really overtuned. Like, their cavalry is just... the Byzantine heavy cavalry is insane. I don't know, but that's, like... No one... Yeah. I'm glad they nerfed it. Crazy power creep in the first DLC would not be good long-term. I agree. That was super concerning to me, like, behind the scenes, like, in terms of the patch. But it's been toned down a lot. Specifically, the 10 control one was just like, I was just like, bro, I don't, like, you want to paint this entire, like, Mediterranean thing blue, and you used to also be able to get, the theme of headquarters. They even changed it. It used to give plus 20 local proximity. So you used to have this, I mean, you still have this, but you get 2 additional governors as biz, which... I think is a lot. But in multiplayer, this doesn't matter that much because you don't conquer enough land for additional governors to be, like, that insane. It does reward hyper-blobbing, but I'm kind of okay with... I'm okay with that maybe being a thing. That's probably okay. Where's the theme system? Is that on here? The theme of headquarters. This building used to give 20 local proximity. It's stacked with governors. You used to be able to get, like, 9 capitals with 100% proximity, like, output. It was just like... I think they also even changed the other ones, too. Because you were able to do this with the Viceroyalty before. This is an excellent change. Yeah. The problem with the Viceroyalty is that it was incoherent from a design perspective, in my opinion, before the old one. Because you were playing a nation that wanted to be colonial, and then it incentivized you to not play colonial. Now you can only build it in subjects' capitals. Colonial nation subject. And it gives subject income plus 10%. And it gives local crown power and trade advantage to owner and trade capacity to owner. Yeah, I like this. This is great. Foreign building has to be built in the city. Let's go. That makes sense. Hellenism Turk sounds epic. Probably it would be. Believing knowing that you can't know is technically agnostic. In the same way, I think you cannot prove that something doesn't exist. I don't believe in the existence of any one, like, deity in a similar way to how I don't believe in unicorns. But I cannot disprove the existence of unicorns. The issue is that American door preachers wrongly take the term agnostic as an invitation to be proselytized. Yes, this is 100% the issue. I've had like a half dozen conversations with people. Probably, yeah, I've probably had at least a half dozen conversations with people who've come to my door, and, you know, hey, are you religious? And then I'm agnostic, and then like, oh, so you want to hear about religion? Not even do you want to hear? They just launched another thing, and I'm like, bro, I don't want to hear it. Boy, have I heard it. And then when I was younger, I probably trolled them a little bit more than what would be kind. I was probably a little bit unkind. Could God make burritos so big that he would be incapable of eating it? What is it? When God said wipe out all of this one tribe, what did he mean by that? Like, I think I'm not a fan at all of, like, at this juncture in my life, I'm not a fan at all of, like, the militant atheists. Like, the atheists who, like, evangelize for atheism. I think that they are, like, intolerant in a way that is, that resembles the very thing that they are critiquing. Basically. Oh, this will be nice. We'll get to go on everyone. It'll be a party. Like, yeah, you wanted to destroy the Sith. That's nice. Eco scales too fast. It still scales too fast, but apparently they're working on that. It's on their thing. Look at me being OP is historically accurate. I mean, in theory, like, having a bunch of heirs is kind of bad because it causes unrest generally. Gotta say you believe in the flying spaghetti monster? Yeah. Or just tell people I'm a Satanist or something? Yeah, it's like, no, I don't believe in, like, rubbing the fact that I don't believe in God in the face of people who do believe in gods. Like, rubbing it in their face, like, just... It seems, like there's not much a point. We maybe let our levies recover all the way. They're basically +1 estate equilibrium, not a priority, but once you have an infinite amount of money, you build them all. Yeah. Biz has to play with the monitor off, fair trade, make them roleplay. Yeah, to be fair, their start is, like, wonky, but, like, I think if you understand their start, it's, like, not even a problem. I don't know. We're, like, not even 50 years in and, like, already feel, like, pretty strong here. Maybe that's what we'll play to, is we'll play to 50 years in and then compare this to the run that we did. The other run. See which one's better. So maybe making more subjects would have been better. Institutions looking like pretty good. We also, like, I think this Hellenism stuff is kind of shooting ourselves in the foot to do it this early, but I kind of wanted to show it to people. Have you heard of Gnostic Christianity? Not like this. How good are specializations? They're pretty good. Whoa! Oh no, wait, no, this is normal. Okay. Just, like, visually, like, looks funky. That's probably an acceptable amount. Did we do something that gained antagonism? Really not into the idea that we might just randomly get coalition warred. Let's just kind of try and mitigate that a little bit. Wait, what happened? Wait, why did we have a huge... Wait, why did we get a huge antagonism bomb? Okay. yeah, okay, fair enough. You got us. You caught me, Captain. Alright. They should have joined Coalition forever ago, though. It's just weird. We didn't, like, click through something, did we? Is Delhi started much harder than start the biz? Well, Delhi, there's an exploit that makes it really, really straightforward. But yeah, it would be... Yeah, if you play Delhi normally, it's incredibly difficult. Are the Byzantines too easy or actually challenging? If you understand how to just not pay for anything, they're too easy. I don't know. I could give you a one-sentence, like, description. Is, like, just don't pay for, like, anything except for, like, this. Like, you delete a bunch of the stuff, and then day one, CB Ottomans to get a chunk of cash to handle your debt issue, and get war reps. And then you use return state CB, and everything feels, like, it's slow to get started, but, did we click through an event? I feel like we clicked through an event and I didn't even notice it. We must have clicked through an event. Trebizond has some unique stuff. Not sure if Biz can no CB Ottomans first month in multiplayer though. I think they might be able to. Biz just has way more levies. Alright. You got us, Captain. I think we win this. This is gonna be such a pain in the ass for him, man. Okay. We might win that. Oh, we have no one in charge. Damn it. God, we even have the upgraded galleys. They have a bunch of galley modifiers though. And just way more. God, that's so brutal. Why do we have a bunch of cogs in there? Alright. They're gonna all try and land over here. Hopefully there's access issues in general for them. And they don't all just get to march through all this. But we have to try and keep our eye out for stuff too. You clicked through the event where you sent a letter to all of Christendom, gloating about holding Rome again. Did I actually? Might reload. I reload then. So that seems really fucking stupid to do. Although maybe this is funnier. It decays pretty quick, so these guys get out of the coalition relatively. It's not. It's its own modifier. A little annoyed, it's easy to be honest. I think it's fun, but I think I don't want a world where every time there's a flavor DLC, it just like is omega power creeped. And I think that this one's probably, I hope that this one is just going to be the power creep one because it's like a fan service thing, because fans like Biz or whatever, and that it's not going to be indicative of every single patch is going to be massively power creep. A big portion of the creep is on religion, though. On the religion. So. Alright, we're just kind of waiting for them to land us. I guess we have a border with Ragusa. Start walking up that way. Where's this guy going? Oh. Yeah, we'll just let them do whatever. Sucks we lost like a third of our fleet. We probably wanted Barks over them anyways. Oh, they get to take back Rome and then have that be a ton of war score. I didn't even think that through. Was it meant to be a joke? Okay, I was just very confused. I'm trying to figure out like what's going on basically. I'm hoping they just don't get access and we get to like chip off a whole bunch of guys who are trying to land, because this is typically something the AI sucks balls at. Understandably so. I don't know why that was easy siege. Why is this... No soldiers. Yeah, this is what we're hoping for, is to pick a bunch of these littler squads, so let's rock back here. Especially before they link up. And slow the game down a little bit. There we go. The war goals show superiority, so this matters quite a bit more than the other stuff. Woohoo! Time to take another stab hit. I think there's like content we get like a renewed version, so we're just gonna go Harbor Admin like this. And then something like that for now. But the Harbor Admin will give us another governor. It has to slot in first, though. Got another coalition brewing. Double coalition, double rainbow. We have to try and get Naples out of the coalition. This is kind of what we don't want. We don't want to be fighting a 7k stack, really. I don't know if we win this. Oh, we get the overstacked issue. Damn it. We don't win this. This problem is a mountain. I needed to check, or it's a hill. A hill against like 2 of the stacks just isn't it. But if you retreat early, it should be fine. Holy. People is joining. We should be able to take that out. I need to be better about using that. It's very, like, if the game's laggy, though, it's just such a clunky command. A little concerned about losing our siege, but it's probably whatever. The siege over here to the right. Also, they suffer a ton of attrition because they lack food, I think. Part of it. They need a beachhead. It's tempting to take the Genoese stuff here. I think war reps and money is probably going to be something we're into, though. I'm not making very much right now. So relative to our income, it's probably going to be pretty valuable. I think we don't want to fight on the 2. Oh wow, they're actually dropping a ton of troops here. Can we attack into a hill? Yeah, they're attritioning out the ass, though. Cool. We still have another 17 war score to get here. Fuck. Alright, that was... We knew that was probably going to happen, or we were going to need to micro our brains out. Let's not attack them on it, too. That was a reasonably sized stack, especially when they have food issues. Oh no, 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 no. We don't have that much time to get content. We know there's an event for that. Oh, this is good. So I think we bink him here and get a stack wipe. Not quite. They don't get the reinforce in time though. Beautiful. There's a way to push Latina to us. He's gonna have no food in here, so this is just like every month he's just gonna attrition out the ass. Right? Until he gets a spot to stay. It's maybe not where we want to take the fight though. That is a pretty big stack. We will gladly take it on a +1 though. And now he's gonna have a morale issue when we eventually catch up to him. Well, he get to recover for it. Morale should be similar. I think we'll do this because we have morale. Better spot. Oh, it's a punt. Fuck, dude. Wow. Do they make terrain matter more? God, we were even thinking of not doing it too. That just felt like that was a win. Holy, that sets us so far back. Might just be losing this one. might just be losing this one. Unless he splits up like an idiot. I think we take this and want to pass it. I think we can lessen the levy obligations, but I'm gonna focus on the war here. Sorry, trying to figure out, at least this is a fairly realistic coalition. That's right, we took Rome and they're like, rise up, and like, this feels like it makes sense. We definitely should not take Rome. 50 ducats here, 5 ducats, what a nightmare. Yeah, we'll load up the other save, where we didn't flip Hellenistic. Can we do another one of these? No, we can't. God, that's on a +3. Kind of really don't want to take him on a +3, even with 3k stack. Not because I don't think we lose, I just think we attrition like close to even amount, and we need to not do that at this point. That's +2, that's fine. +2 with, oh, +2 and we get it. Yeah, that's more than fine. He's gonna get wrecked here. Go here. Where are you headed, brother? I do like getting in between the middle of the two stacks. Oh, he's super dead. Right, that's only a plus. That's +2, but he has like no morale. Oh, he's Omni dead. What the hell? We're gonna get there first, even. This is just a stack wipe. This is pumped. I'm gonna wait for him to be locked. You get there first, but with like no morale, he's just dead. He's trying to link up with the other unit, I think, in terms of the AI, but like walking across face this is just so bad. Yeah. Rome is saved. It's for you. Alright. Them not having food also is just like very helpful for us. I think that's a very big army that landed. I don't know. We'll chase this one down. Maybe since they weren't recovering morale, we should just let him stay there. Yeah. We have 1,100 troops and prisoners. Something worth kind of keeping in mind. Oh, we can't unsiege that. I think we just want to wipe these, to be honest. Can you show the new trade order system works? Yeah, briefly. So with trades, you can put in trade orders where you will find what good you want and you will put how much of it you want. You will give it priority. And you will always use that capacity to do this. So we have it to always use one trade capacity to find cloth export. So no matter what, it will do that. It'll use the priority first on that, and it will strategically execute that. Now, is that very good for us? No, but allows us to kind of highlight the thing, which is going to make fine cloth better as an industry for us. So you can kind of dump goods to people, but I don't think the math like makes it make sense, really. God, this is massive, like, coalition reset, too. Holy Batman. Taking Rome was an uber, like, it's terrible for us to have done. Alright, let's get an actual army over here. Oh, where are these guys landing? No. They're landing it in the back, not like this. It's kind of like exactly what we didn't want to see. Unless it's on Constantinople, that would be fantastic if they landed it there. But if they siege all this shit, that'd be really bad for us. Guy has not enough food, it looks like, or something like this. Where's he headed? Did it land over here? I guess. That's kind of fine. 15 war score. Traditional economy for now. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. You get there first, right? It's like they like going for that one for whatever reason. I think we'll try and hunt the smaller stack here. They're liking it more. Only because they got Thessalonica. But this is what we're into here, fighting here. Or defensive over there. Both are fine. Let's ship that back to them so we can lose more battles. Cool. Somehow we lost war score there, not sure how that works. Are we capped on what we can get from battles? We are. It's occupations and blockades. Shoot. Is there a world where we can lift this? No. We're not living in it. God, this is so futile. Maybe we just lose. Probably not, but... I don't know why all the mercs split up off of our unit. I'm liking this war more and more. I wonder if it's because he's making gains, just slowly. Just in too many spots. Oh, we might have to divide up. Not like this. Divide and lose. Anyone have run fast? Morale recover speed's kind of okay. We don't have a good way of getting to that because it's not contiguous by land. Is it just towards... It's centered on Gravia. If it was just on them, we'd actually just want to execute the prisoners. Ease their passing. Release the prisoners. Alright, no one's gonna get that weapon. We're up at 46%. God damn it. Maybe we can offer something that we don't care about. I don't think we're doing much better than this. The problem is, do we get re-coalitioned like immediately afterwards? Probably not. Okay, I think we're okay with this. What is it? Why do we have more? Oh, this is so stupid. It's just generating more and more and more. What is this? What is this as a modifier? What? It's just ramping up more. This modifier, this is bigger than it was before. Is this cool or is this lame? Right, it is just ramping, is it not? It was like 26 on them before. Yeah, it's just ramping. It says it's going down, but it's going up. That's why everyone coalitioned us all at once. Well, I don't think we can fight all of Christendom for forever. Taking Rome was on brand and historically accurate. Thing they did several times on prior to game start with the results on par with what you'd expect. Yeah, I mean, we just have to give it back. I think we're gonna save and compare this to what we did with our 50-year video that we're gonna release tomorrow. That I have to upload. But yeah, I think that you don't do this until you can really crack some serious skulls. God, this is like... I mean, I'm not sure I think that this is unrealistic. It's just like... We just took... Yeah, you rage baited all of Europe by taking Rome, basically. If you make a Catholic subject that holds it, probably a sign error bug. Numbers accidentally doing the exact opposite. Yeah, maybe we make a bug for this. Bug report. This actually seems like kind of a big one. I could get behind this, I think. From a design perspective, this seems like uncharacteristically harsh, but also like kind of an interesting concept that all the Christians will just generate more and more antagonism with you for forever, but it's just ramping up. Let's let this 32.5. And let's see what it is after this. Oh, it's going down. I'm so confused. Because these guys weren't in the coalition before. France has got their own problems. Maybe it's okay. It was 26 before, though. How do we get extra antagonism? Maybe on the year pulse it's giving a lot of additional ones? Because this guy was 26 before. It was, this modifier for him was 26. Was it not? Did your Diplo rep decrease from the prestige drop-off of the humiliation? Oh, maybe that's it. That's super cute if that makes everyone coalition us again. Alright, well, it is decaying, I guess. We think. Man, that made everyone big mad. We might have everyone rejoin the coalition. So we have a truce with all these people. So they can't. Okay. That was hectic. Yes, you are definitely getting more and more. You sure? Watching it, it was going down. 32.1. Well, now we're improving relations with them. But well, it's still going to be that one thing, though. It's going down 0.2. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah. Okay. Here's the state of affairs for this. So I think this was not as successful as the start we had done. We played the first 50 years here. Here's what we have at the end of the video that we're going to... Is prestige getting lower? Yeah. At the end of the video we're going to publish tomorrow. So maybe played a little bit better last time. automatically tells us to say choo-choo. Game is telling you to fuck off to the east. Indeed it is. Okay. I think this start is a little bit better. I think we're cranking up a little bit better here. Didn't quite get off the ground yet on the other one. And here the Beyliks are almost dead. Generally pay a lot better off stream though than on stream. Sneak peeks, yeah, yeah. And the big thing being Constantinople, 100 wealth, is like maxed out on all these. So spins up very quick once you like actually start getting to the point where you can put money into it. Naples has taken all of this. This is what we were saying with the, it being cleaner, but the Golden Horde also... Oh, we might even have to worry about Timmy. That is Timmy, right? So... But... I think we will be calling it for today. Tomorrow we'll probably... I don't know if we want to necessarily continue Biz and continue this run instead of starting a new one. We'll have to maybe phone a friend. I think we definitely could continue this one. This kind of a little... This one's been a little bit hectic with the coalitions and getting decked on by Castile. Taking Catalonia was probably a mistake, because then we got trapped in that one war for a while. Had to commit, like, more resources and such, instead of ramping. And ramping, like, early on is, like, really valuable, just being able to snowball buildings. And we couldn't do that. Not Timmy. Not my gumdrop buttons. But we will plug our thing one more try. Other nations to try? Well, I have to kind of poke around a little bit and see who all has gotten new content a little bit closer. I think that most of the Balkan nations have gotten new content. Playing someone who's Orthodox would be reasonable, and playing someone in the HRE would be reasonable. So I'm kind of pulled a little bit towards, like, Brandenburg, because they did a big rework on the HRE. I haven't gotten to play Brandenburg, so Brandenburg or Austria, but Brandenburg is one of the tier 1/2 countries I haven't played yet. Or I've played, but not extensively, so... That's kind of what I was thinking. And we might have a poll for it. But, let's, oh my god. Brain lag. There was something I was gonna do. Oh yeah. If you guys are interested in getting the DLC, then it looks good to you. And you want to support the channel, then something you could do is, if you're purchasing it, you can purchase it off the official Paradox web store using the code GENERALIST in all caps. This won't give you a discount, and they will email you the code. You'll have to activate it on Steam, but it does send 12% of the sale my way, so this is a good way to support the channel at no additional cost to yourself. If you're not in USD, make sure you cross-reference the price, because sometimes the exchange rate can make it a little bit funny, and it could be more expensive on the web store. It is, I think, like, never more expensive on Steam. Also, other content creators will have this, or some will. Oh, wait, that's weird. Look at that. The art asset is, like, overlaid. Like, the PNG doesn't get highlighted, but the under thing does. That's cool. But you can do this for any Paradox product, not just this one. One last plug before we go. And then, if you are not planning on getting names, certainly don't feel compelled to. And then, why don't we raid Cleo then? She dropped in to say hi earlier. And is also playing Byzantium. Is Brandenburg still lots of pain? Yeah, but I think it's like tolerable pain, not like, what is this pain? We will also link it to the YouTubers. And then we will be on our way here. Yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, feel free to do the YouTube algorithm stuff. And other than that, have a good one. Or we will also be back tomorrow around the same time. But other than that, y'all have a good one. Bye-bye now. We'll say off to the Raiders, and we will end stream for the... Oh, did the YouTube end? That would explain why they're not chatting.
What if you're...
Or I'm just going crazy. Have a good one. I'm going crazy. Okay, I'm still live. Cool, cool, cool. Tight, tight, tight. Now we end the stream. Alright, bye-bye.